the next slide. So just very briefly, so I will be presenting an overview of the Innovation Fund, which I have already started. Also, to some extent, the general lines of the call. But then I will pass on the floor to my colleagues in CINEA, who will, in a way, deep dive into the specificities of the application process, of the criteria that is assessed. So the colleagues will let's say also support very much in that presentation. So maybe next slide, and maybe already the next one, where basically we'll see. So in the next one, you'll see basically an overview of the main, let's say in the next one already, please. Yeah. So just a very brief what the Innovation Fund is. So very clearly, the main objective is deploying innovative and net zero technologies for climate neutrality. As we have heard, it's very much linked and dependent on the EU ETS, so where the resources are actually coming from, and therefore the scope of the fund is very much linked with the scope of the Innovation Fund, and therefore with the maritime inclusion. Even though up until now there was to some extent an indirect link to the maritime sector already, but now very clearly with the inclusion of the maritime sector into the ETS, also within the Innovation Fund, this is a very clear, let's say, or a sector that is very clearly in scope. However, I think it's never enough to mention let's say the other key sectors that are part of the Innovation Fund, for which, of course, they remain a key objective. So, of course, it covers from energy-intensive industries, renewables, energy storage, carbon capture, use and storage, and now special attention, as mentioned before, on net zero mobility and also in buildings. In the next slide, just some references in terms of let's say the policy context where we are now, and where basically you see that already now to some extent there is some reflection of that already in this call. So meaning the role of Innovation Fund also supporting urgent policy priorities. So very clearly on Repower EU. So with also and the link with the European Hydrogen Bank. Also the link to the Net Zero Industry Act, where again this has been reflected in the increase of the clean tech manufacturing topic to 1.4 billion euros for this call. Also on the wind package, there is to some extent some elements regarding prioritizing wind-related projects in some elements of the call. So very clearly, the Innovation Fund, to some extent, also reflects the urgent policy priorities that, of course, from different sectors. So I think here also the message is that there are policy priorities from different areas, and to some extent within the Innovation Fund. One has also to manage and to balance all these, to some extent, expectations and requirements from different priorities. On the next slide, just a reference on the STEP proposal. This proposal is being discussed. So here more a reference of what is the proposal and the link to the Innovation Fund. 3 key elements. One is the increase, or within the proposal, to increase the Innovation Fund with 3 billion euros from the EU budget, which would be in a way targeted to let's say to a subset of member states. A second element is the creation of a sovereignty seal. So to some extent that would facilitate also to some extent promote some, for example, for proposals that wouldn't be awarded, but would then receive a sovereignty seal that would also allow them, and maybe to some extent also facilitate the access to other type of support or funding. And a third point within the STEP proposal is also maximizing synergies between Innovation Fund and also state aid rules, so to streamline this process. In the next slide, we have an evolution of the Innovation Fund. So I think a very clear message is that with every year, the size of the calls has grown. So also the support that let's say the number of projects that have been supported has been growing in time. I think this is to some extent also a reflection of the carbon price increase. So the making again a reference on the EU ETS, the Innovation Fund has let's say a subset of allowances from the EU ETS, which of course then the final size of the fund is very much dependent on the carbon price, and therefore also the let's say the annual calls to some extent need to balance also this let's say this element of the carbon price, and then when establishing the size of the calls. But very clearly, up until now, we've been having this let's say this increase in the size of the calls. We are now having the largest ever call, and in parallel having the first ever Innovation Fund auction. So totaling, we have 4.8 billion euros in this exercise, which is significant and massive compared to when one compares with other instruments. In total, and maybe already in the next slide, we are supporting already about 100 projects with 6.8 billion euros granted. You see here an overview of the different, let's say, different technology pathways that and sectors that are to some extent so far covered by the existing or by the grants that have been selected. But maybe more important, well, one element is, I think, also the geographical distribution. So on one hand, you have a wide coverage already of in terms of sectors, also in terms of geographical distribution. It's already covering 24 countries. I think here very important to note that there is a clear ambition to, of course, well, let's say to have the fund with a very or with a wide distribution in terms of countries, but of course this is also dependent on the quality of projects received and so on. Maybe now, maybe more important, I think for the sector. In the next slide, you have kind of a short overview of, even though the project hasn't so far, or even though the sector hasn't so far been directly, let's say, or explicitly covered by the instrument, we already see that within the current portfolio there are already a few projects that, to some extent, one could classify as a maritime project, to some extent, mostly linked either with use of renewables or with the or with e-fuel use. So there are, from the current portfolio of projects, we have let's say a few of those projects that one would or wouldn't be able to already to classify under the maritime sector. To note that most of them have so far been on small scale projects. But I think the message here, well, the rules, one, well, if for example, if there will be the question, what have been the lessons learned from these projects in terms maybe of successful rate for maritime projects? Well, to some extent, the rules haven't been, in a way, very much targeted to the sector. So of course, though this is in a way an indication, but one isn't really able to let's say to take that and to replicate now with the current rules, which have been in a way updated and more targeted for the maritime sector. With this, I will pass on to a short overview on the Innovation Fund call. So for this call, so maybe in the next slide, and yeah, and maybe the next one already. If I, yeah, thank you. So you all know the call is open. It is open until the 9th of April. I think the important message is that the results will be announced by the end of this year. There are, so in terms of topics and what are maybe the relevant topics for the or the main relevant topics for the maritime sector. So you see that we have 3 general topics, so that are divided in terms of project size. So the small scale projects with a total budget of 200 million, where the project size is a capex from 2.5 million to 20 million capex. The medium scale projects that have a total budget of 500 million euros for this topic, where the capex is between 20 and 100 million capex for the project size. And then you have the large scale topic with a total budget of 1.7 million. Let's say what type of projects are eligible within each of these 3 general topics is very much the same. So the difference is clearly the project size, and of course then well, each of the topics has a dedicated budget. The clean tech manufacturing has a total budget of 1.4 billion, I mentioned before, and the pilot projects budget of 200 million. So we'll also hear a bit later on also on the PDA, so on the project development assistance. So colleagues from the EIB will cover that later on. But to mention, a part of this 4 billion total budget, there is a 20% flexibility reserve, which allows, and we have used that in the past, but based on the let's say the ranking of the projects, and provide there are quality projects, there is a possibility indeed of going beyond the 4 billion euros. So, and there is a maximum of 20% flexibility that can be used, and of course it's dependent on the quality of the project. So it's to some extent it's not a given, but it's definitely a possibility, and of course very much dependent on, in a way, the quality of the projects that are received. So it's a lump sum contribution of up to 60% of the relevant costs. And well, here's some indication also on how this, let's say, the budget may then be distributed over time. In the next slide, I think maybe I will skip this one. I will go already for the following slide, where we go to let's say to the specificities of each of the topics. On the general decarbonization topic, again, the main, and here you'll see the main change is definitely of course the inclusion on one hand of Annex 3 of the ETS directive, but very importantly on Annex 1, where actually the maritime sector has been added in this with this revision. Well, not and of course within the I think as I mentioned before, let's say the other, let's say, priorities and the other sectors within scope, of course, remain. But I think the main reference here is on the maritime sector. With the next slide, just again referencing a few other elements that are added on the general decarbonization topic. So there is to some extent, so on one hand, the reference for let's say for infrastructure related projects. On the auction, there is a cross reference to the auction call, where to some extent here, where more mature, let's say, or where a project proposed an operation of a more mature electrolyzer, so and focusing more on the hydrogen production, there is to some extent an advice that it's likely more appropriate to go for the auction window. But this does not disclose, or this does not preclude that an innovative hydrogen project can, or well, basically that they can also apply for this for this general topic. And very clearly, the support to the maritime and aviation, and particularly on maritime, the inclusion or the reference of the innovative infrastructure, for notably for EU container transshipment ports. With the we pass on to the next slide. Here, well, just a very brief reference. It's, I would say, less relevant for the maritime sector. This is very clearly on innovative manufacturing of clean tech, with a particular focus on renewable energy, electrolyzers, and fuel cells, energy storage, and heat pumps. So to some extent, I would argue it's maybe less relevant for the sector, but just for completeness, I think it's just wanted to refer to it, and maybe then going for the next slide, where again it's a general topic, but it's in a way a pilot. It's focusing on pilot projects. So again, here in terms of eligibility, the maritime sector is again very much in scope of this topic. However, the difference is let's say the type of projects that are expected in this topic. So focusing on very highly innovative, disruptive, and breakthrough technologies, so with a focus also in so to some extent on validation of technologies. So it's and for this, there is to some extent a higher degree of innovation is expected, and to some extent in the scoring, this is also reflected. The fact that to some extent it's a more innovative projects are expected. So in the I think this is also summarized in the next slide, and I think with this overview, I would give back the floor to Katalin to nicely present also my colleagues.
Thank you very much, João. And indeed, the next bit, we will hear a little bit more in details about the features and the application procedures. And let me introduce your colleagues from SINEA, Claudia Iavoranchuk. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing your name. It's a very difficult one. And Renata Kadric. I hope I pronounce it also somewhere close. Claudia is a business and finance manager with over 15 years of experience in international private and public organizations. And she has been working with audit and accounting, strategic planning, and operational excellence, with a particular focus in the last 5 years on climate and clean tech innovation. She joined SINEA 2 years ago as part of the financial engineering team, so very welcome. And Renata is a transport engineer, and she has long experience in the European transport sector, mainly with waterborne related issues. She has also worked with EU-funded transport-related projects and has been with SINEA for the last 7 years. She also worked with Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe Transport Research, and now currently working on the Innovation Fund portfolio. And please, the floor is yours.
Should be working now. Good morning, everybody. So Claudia and I, we're gonna introduce you basically the call and the criteria and the whole process in a bit more detail. So I will start with the eligibility. So João has already explained to you what are the main features of the call. However, I will now focus here on a very important issue in terms of who is actually eligible to apply for this call. And the question we get very often is where do the legal entities applying need to be situated? So I will stress this at the beginning because this is a question we're getting a lot. So the participants can be legal entities from anywhere in the world, but the projects must be located in the European Economic Area. So the EU member states, Iceland, Liechtenstein, and Norway. Other criteria is that your project must reach financial close within 4 years after the grant signature. This is the maximum time indicated in the call, and it needs to operate at least 5 years after entry into operation. Except for small-scale projects and pilots, they need to operate at least 3 years. And the project budget, the maximum grant amount must not exceed 60% of the relevant costs. So the other 40% needs to come from other sources, either your private bank loans, and etc. Claudia will explain to you this in more detail. So as João already said, we have 5 topics, and what is important that for you to kind of position your project into the right topic, this needs to be based on your CapEx. So if your CapEx is between 2.5 and 20 million euros, then your project would fit into the small scale topic. If it's between 20 and 100, then into medium scale, and large scale is everything above 100. And then we have 2 specific topics, one on manufacturing, where the CapEx needs to be more than 2.5 million, and pilot projects where also CapEx needs to be 2.5 million. In terms of admissibility and eligibility, a bit more details, more or less what we already said. So in order for your proposal to be admissible, it needs to be submitted before the call deadline, in this case before the 8th of April. And it needs to be submitted electronically using forms in the submission system, and you need to include all of the application forms and introduce all of the mandatory annexes. Eligibility we already went through. Just to also stress that your proposal needs to also include eligible activities which are funded through the Innovation Fund, which João has explained previously. In terms of the geographical location for new sectors, I know that you're mostly interested in the maritime sector specifically. So in terms of the location, when the project concerns investments in ships, those ships must call ports under the jurisdiction of an EEA country on a regular basis, meaning at least 30% of their annual calls on ports, or perform service or support activities in such ports. And when the project concerns investment in ports infrastructure, the ports must be under the jurisdiction of the EEA country. So some of the examples of the projects could be renewable alternative fuel bunkering infrastructure in ports, including container transshipment ports. Just a note that for the new sectors introduced in the ETS, maritime buildings and road, the eligibility of this project located in Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein is dependent on the incorporation of the revised ETS directive into the EEA agreement. Award criteria. So we have 5 award criteria: degree of innovation, GHG emission avoidance potential, project maturity, replicability, and cost efficiency. And in this way, also the project form is project application is structured. So you have appropriate places where you will fill in your information. The order of this criteria is also order of in the cascade approach that we apply when we are evaluating your proposal. So you need to first pass degree on innovation. If you pass it, then you go to the next criteria. Degree of innovation. what do we look here specifically? We look at your project, the innovation of your project in relation to the state of the art, and where you need to basically explain to us against which state of the art you're benchmarking your project, and then you need to explain the innovation beyond the state of the art for your project. So if it's a medium scale or a large scale project, this should be on a European level, but if it's a small scale project, then it can be also on a national level. We will also judge here the quality, soundness, and reliability information provided, and the information on the degree of innovation should be put into the application form Part B, Section 1. However, we will also check the mandatory annex feasibility study, where we expect you also to provide us with additional details on your degree of innovation, and you can also include any other technical reports. As I have already indicated, so what we are looking is that the degree of innovation should go beyond the incremental innovation, and it should be at least intermediate, that you pass the threshold. Meaning on this scale, your innovation should be at least somewhere in the middle, meaning intermediate or strong, by which we consider that your project brings new or considerably changed technologies or processor or business model, novel combination of mature technologies, scale up of innovative technologies. And of course, if your degree of innovation is very strong or breakthrough, where you bring completely new technologies or processes or business model to the market, you will be awarded with a higher scores. And just to repeat once again, that for the small scale topic, your innovation can be either on a European or a national level, while for medium and large scale, it needs to be on a European level. GHG emission avoidance potential, I will just briefly touch upon it in general, because you will have a very detailed presentation afterwards by our colleagues. So what we are looking for here, we are looking at the quality of the GHG emission avoidance calculation and minimum requirements. So the external expert will basically assess the quality of your calculation. What you need to do, you need to also follow the methodology, which will be presented afterwards. If it's methodology, if it's incorrectly applied or it's not filled correctly, then your proposal could be rejected. So please follow this very carefully. Also, as a part of the call documents, you also have a GHG methodology. So please advise these documents. It's a right slide. Okay, so except the quality of GHG emission avoidance calculation, we also are checking the minimum requirements. So where relevant, the proposal should demonstrate whether the proposed project meets or not the minimum requirements. For different projects, different minimum requirements apply. So for projects producing products with an EU ETS benchmark, the process emissions of the project per unit of product must be below the EU ETS benchmark applicable at the call deadline. For example, for projects using biomass feedstock, the biomass needs to at least meet the sustainability requirement of the RED directive. And for all projects, the relative GHG emissions avoidance must be, for all topics except pilots, at least 50%, and for pilots, at least 75%. And proposals not meeting minimum requirements can be rejected. In terms of the main mistakes we spot during the evaluation on the GHG emission avoidance, so first, difference in scope of reference and project scenario. Project boundaries differ from the methodology ones, so then also additional GHG savings claim under absolute GHG emission avoidance, that your assumptions or data are not backed with supporting evidence, and in an inadequate reference scenario and emission factor. So these are the main ones. As we have explained to you, there is now a specific maritime methodology developed for the GHG calculation, but we also developed from this year, first time, also a specific aviation methodology. So under the call documents, you can find some examples how to fill in the templates. And we are also leaving here in this presentation, which I hope it will be shared with all of you, tutorials on how to fill in the GHG calculator. Okay, we now move to the project maturity, which consists of technical maturity, financial maturity, and operational maturity. Technical maturity, we are looking at two things. First is the technical feasibility to deliver the expected output and GHG emission avoidance, and technology risks and proposed mitigation measures. So here you need to explain to us where is your technology at the start of the project and how will you progress by the time of entry into operation. Your technology can be, I would say, maybe TRL 5 or 6, but you really need to realistically explain how will you come to the TRL 9 at the end of the project. In application 4, part B, technical maturity is under section 1. Section 3.1 and 3.4, but also the experts will be looking at the feasibility study, which is a mandatory annex of the proposal.
Sorry to interrupt, Renata. We heard some comments that it's not always loud enough.
Okay.
Maybe just adjust this a little bit and then we'll better.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I will also try to speak louder.
Is it any better?
Is it better?
Thank you.
Okay, and with this, I pass the presentation to my colleague Claudia, which will guide you through the financial maturity. Claudia.
Okay, hopefully now. Yes, can you hear me? Perfect. So the next criteria in this project maturity is financial maturity, where basically we are assessing if the project has the capacity to reach financial close within the 4 years, and that is a critical one. And obviously, if the project is going to manage to reach operations and to fulfill the operation and greenhouse gas emission avoidance objective. In order to assess this criteria, the experts, because of course we are relying on external experts to help with this evaluation, we are the team supporting them, making sure that they apply the guidelines that we provide and respecting the rules of the call, and then providing equal treatment for all applicants. So what we expect that the experts are going to check different elements of the application, looking at the project business plan, looking at the profitability of the project, looking at the soundness of the financing plan, as explained before, the commitment of the project funders, which obviously is critical for this project, and the good understanding of the project business and financial risks. So all these 4 different things, although they are major categories, are going to be evaluated, and you'll find in your reports very specific elements with the results of the evaluation from the experts. Unfortunately, this criteria is a critical one, and many projects fail. That's why we try to give the key golden points, principles to follow when drafting your applications. So first of all, it's critical to have this evidence of the commitment for the project funders, because obviously these are innovative projects that are new for the market, for the supply chain. So it's very important to see that the projects are backed up by very strong commitment. It's very important to show this commitment in the different letters of support, and of course through your application. In particular, if the project is not profitable, it's not that we expect our project to be profitable, obviously, but these letters of support and commitment are even more critical in that sense. Then the second point is the business plan assumptions. Obviously, these need to be backed up with supporting information and substantiate with as much evidence that you can to prove the credibility of your assumptions, so that we can see and the experts can see that these are realistic. Then the financing plan, as we said, make sure that you explain the different sources of financing, that these are robust and they are credible. We provided a very detailed guidance on, especially in the relevant cost methodology, on how to calculate, for example, the project WACC, but also the different elements expected in the application. We provided templates, as you have seen already probably, and we try to improve on these. And also, of course, we provide support through the help desk in case you have specific questions. Point number 5 here, ensure consistency across all documents. Well, it's an obvious point. However, many times we see that the different documents don't necessarily fit, and unfortunately projects lose unnecessary points for this. So make sure that you give a good quality check read at the end for all the documentation. As I mentioned before, the part on the risks, risk evaluation, risk mitigation is very important because obviously these are projects in the planning phase, so you are kind of forecasting the future, and it's always uncertain. That is for sure. However, it's good to see that you have a thorough view on the potential risk and the key risk of a project, that you identify them and thought through the different mitigation measures. And obviously provide evidence, either in terms of contracts, although it might be too early for that, but at least showing that you started the discussions, that you've done your market research, that basically you know the market you are working in. Well, okay, we can move to the next point. We are going to skip a bit through. We are going a little bit further, although it's a connected point on the cost efficiency criteria. This is a specific criteria outside of the project maturity. However, it's linked obviously with the calculation that you've done for the financial maturity and for your financial model, in the financial model, because this cost efficiency will reflect so it's a formula, first of all, reflecting the value of the grant as compared to the total GHG emissions avoidance. And in this criteria, as is shown here, on the numerator, we'd like to see all the different public sources of funding, either Innovation Fund grant plus other type of public support that you already envisage for the project. Next slide, please. And there are 2 different criteria or 2 different subpoints of this criterion. The cost efficiency, one is the automatic, it's a calculation of the formula that I've just shown. And for all projects except for the pilots, this cost efficiency ratio has to be below 200 euros per ton of CO2 equivalent. Otherwise, the proposal will be rejected. So make sure that this criteria is met. For pilots, obviously, there is a less stringent formula going with the cost efficiency ratio up to 2,000 euro. Next slide. Unfortunately, again, this is a criteria where projects fail for different reasons. And for the second part, the experts are going to evaluate the quality of this calculation. And in this sense, it's critical to follow the relevant cost methodology, following the WACC calculation, or making sure that you don't include non-eligible costs in this relevant cost calculation, as we've seen it also, there were some changes in the models that we provided, and we very specifically said to not modify the templates provided, or there are inconsistencies, as I explained. So the reasons might be of different nature. However, many times it's a matter of being very thorough and consistent in the work and provide the quality check of the calculations here. As probably you've seen, we try to streamline these methodologies. We hope we simplified it this year, follow all the guidelines that we've given and the call text on this. And again, I would say, provide as much evidence and put on paper the reasoning in whatever calculation or assumptions you've been taken. With this, I pass back to Renata.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay. Okay, so the next or third and final sub-criteria of the project maturity is operational maturity. So here we won't expect from you to explain to us how your project will run in practice. So first, we expect from you that you provide us with a credible project implementation plan covering financial close, meaning demonstrating that you will reach the financial close with specific deliverables and milestones, entry into operation, and annual reporting after the entry operation. Then we expect you to explain to us the relevance and track record of your project management team and soundness of the project organization in case there are several partners involved in the project. Then we also need information on state of play and credibility of the plan for obtaining required permits, of course, specific for each project, how you will deal with intellectual property rights or licenses and other regulatory procedure. Then we expect from you to give us a base for your strategy for ensuring public acceptance, because some projects, especially involving alternative fuels, can also bring some challenges in terms of public acceptance. I think you're aware of that, so we expect you also to touch upon this in your proposal, and also, of course, to address projects implementation risks, especially, for example, if your project depends on other projects. This needs to be very clearly explained in your proposal, because from our experience, we can say that the evaluators really don't like when they're evaluating proposal and then you're mentioning the other project and then they don't have any kind of timeline in the proposal. Where is this project and how does it fits into your project? So you could lose some points on that. So please be very clear. And also, yes, you need to provide us with the credible risk mitigation measures. You will explain to us the operational maturity in part B of the application form under 3.3 and the 3.4 with the risk mitigation measures. But then we have a specific section for the work plan and also for the work packages, activities, resources, and timing. In addition, a Gantt chart is a mandatory document, and also participant information, including CVs or information on previous projects, and for any other criteria, any kind of additional diligence reports, optional, you can attach if you think they could kind of like make your proposal stronger. So with that, we close on the project maturity. So what is important here? That you define the project timeline, that it's realistic and consistent with technical and financial elements of your project, that you identify all technical, financial, operational risk which are relevant for your project, provide us with a comprehensive risk assessment, and also ensure convincing mitigation strategies. And then that you provide to us contractual evidence. Claudia has already touched upon a bit what we expect from you. Of course, we don't expect you to have all of the contracts signed, but at least that you demonstrate that you have already thought about the whole project and the procedure, that you have, for example, letters of support, memorandum of understanding, for example, maybe indicative terms of agreement for offtake agreements, key suppliers, quotes from vendors, so that you demonstrate how did you come with this specific, I don't know, relevant costs on specific activities. Next slide. Now I move to the bonus points. So we also have a specific category that we are giving bonus points on specific additional benefits that the projects are bringing. So for example, you can get up to 1 additional points for the potential to deliver net carbon removals, for other GHG savings, and from commitment to use electricity from additional renewable sources or to use RF-NBO hydrogen. And this year, specifically, we have introduced the bonus points for the maritime sector projects only, for you to demonstrate potential to decarbonize the maritime sector and reduce its climate impact. With this, we move to the criteria of replicability. So this is a new old criteria. Before we called it scalability, but then we changed it to replicability. So what do you expect here from you? So no project should be an island. So of course we will expect that your project brings some technology development, which can be then transferred to other sectors, to, I don't know, bigger ships, to other EU countries. So here we expect from you to explain to us your project's replicability in terms of efficiency gains, in terms of further deployment, resilience of your industrial system, potential in terms of multiple environmental impacts, and you will also need to explain to us quality and extent of the knowledge sharing. So how will you share the information about your project? Replicability should be explained in application form part B under sections 4.1, replicability, and 4.2, knowledge sharing, communication, dissemination, and visibility. And knowledge sharing plan is a mandatory document for all topics except for the small scale project. With that, we did finish all the criteria. So we can just wrap up how to apply. Here there is basically a screenshot of the website of CINEA, where we will find all the details on the Innovation Fund 2030 call. Here in the presentation, there are also links for funding and tenders portal. Well, there is a call and the document. There you will find the application process tutorials, financial information sheet tutorials, GHG methodology tutorials. So everything you need to equip you for to write a good proposal. So please use all of these tools that we have provided to you. Claudius has already mentioned that what is very important when you're preparing your proposal is that you check the consistency of all data. We know it's complicated. There are a lot of documents that you need to provide. But please really try to, for the most important data that you are having in multiple documents, please really try to check the consistency, because sometimes during evaluations we are puzzled which figure is the correct one. So please try to avoid this. Some recommendation. Slide, please. So please carefully read the call documents. I mean, everything is specified there. Understand well the requirements. Get familiar with all the call methodologies, GHG and relevant costs, and of course, before submitting, check the consistency between different parts of a proposal and documents. Once again, we provide all of these tools that you can use to inform yourself how to prepare a successful proposal. And you also have here a link from the info day that we had. Okay, with that, I will finish on the presentation of the Innovation Fund call. And I will shortly present to you another call that we currently have, which is auction call. I will not go into much detail here because I presume that you're more interested in the normal call where we have the maritime sector clearly indicated. However, Innovation Fund action call could also be interesting. So I will just quickly go through it. So this is the first auction call from the Innovation Fund, which was published on the 23rd of November last year, and it's open until 8th of February 24. Budget is 800 million plus 350 million coming from Germany for German projects that will be eligible. And the aim is to support the new production of the RFNBO hydrogen. So the call we expect to be very competitive. And I think it's a little bit too late to say that start preparing your application in time because the deadline is in 8 days. But here, if you're interested, you have a link for the info days for the recordings and link to the funding and tenders portal to check the call. How was this call actually design and what are the main features. So the budget is 800 million, plus, as I already said, 350 million allocated for German projects.
Just a little bit.
Speak up. Okay.
Thank
okay.
you.
So action good in this specific call is RFNBO hydrogen. And we are offering a support in form of a fixed premium in euro per kilogram of renewable hydrogen produced over 10 years. Yeah. This is the slide. So how we will rank the bids? They will be ranked on price. The budget will be allocated to projects with the lowest specific support requirements. Other award criteria will be assessed on the pass or fail principle. And it will be a pay as bid, so no indexation to inflation. It's output-based support upon verified and certified production of RFNBO volumes, so no payments will be made before entry into operation. And after entry operation, we will have semi-annual payments, meaning every 6 months. What are the requirements for participating projects? So the project needs to have a minimum electrolyzer capacity of 5 megawatt per bid, and the location needs to be on one place in European Economic Area. So no virtual capacity pooling is allowed, and it should be no capacity on. It should be new capacity only. So there should be no start of works prior to application. What is the maximum grant that you request per project? Is one third of a total action budget, meaning 800 million, to avoid the winner takes all. And the maximum bid price, ceiling price, is 4.5 euro per kilogram of RFNBO hydrogen produced. Planned entry operation should be less than 5 years from the grant signature, so fairly soon. There are no restriction on offtake sectors or origin of electrolyzer. I think this is a very important point. And we could terminate the project for severe underproduction over 3 consecutive years. So, for example, if it's below 30% on average of planned yearly average volume. We will request for new completion guarantee deposit of 4% of maximum grant amount. So to enter into auction, you need to provide us with a letter of intent for the guarantee from a financial institution, and to sign at the signature of the grant agreement, you will need to provide us with a guarantee. At the end of the support period, you will need to provide us with the certification of 70% GHG savings on overall production, and the report needs to come from the independent third-party certificate or audited report. So the timeline is as shown. Stock call will close on 8th of February. Evaluation of the proposal will last for 2 months. We expect to notify the applicants in April 24. And then we expect the projects to sign the grant agreement sometime in November 24. Okay, just to sum up the key information, that the call closes on the 8th of February. So all information can be found in the Funding and Tenders portal. And if you have any questions on the...
I have to go back to the presentation, but
okay. Key information slide. Okay. I have some other.
Key
information. Further. Yeah, this one. Okay, so as mentioned, the application is available in the InnoFund Tenders portal. And if you have questions regarding this call, I'm afraid that the info desk is closed already, closed, because the deadline is in 8 days. But for the normal Innovation Fund call that we presented previously, the help desk is still open because the call deadline is 9th of April. So if you will have any questions that we might not be able to answer today, please use the Innovation Fund help desk. It's really the best way that you get the best information. Some final slides, just to mention the forthcoming events that we have. So we had the auction announced, and then we had the info day. So here you can find the links to it. For the Innovation Fund 23 call, you can also find the link to the info day. And the next big event for us is the Innovative Clean Tech Conference, which will take place on 11th of April 24. What we are always looking for, we're always looking for a quality. We're always looking for good experts. And considering that we are extending the Innovation Fund to ETS, we are looking for some maritime experts. We have already tried to promote this on our social media. But please, if you personally, if you will not participate you will not submit a proposal, or you know some colleagues of yours who would be interested, please ask them to sign up. We are looking for technical, financial, GHG experts and rapporteur. And here you will have all the links to the funding and tender portal, how to sign as an expert. Please also, if you're interested in our ongoing projects, please advise Cinea's website and Innovation Fund dashboards. You will find information of all of the ongoing projects. So this might be interesting for you. And for more information, here are also all of the links, which we're repeating through our presentation because we really have a lot of useful tools. So please make use of those. And please follow us on social media. Here are all of our social media accounts. And with that, we come to the end of general presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was very useful. Thanks a lot. And according to my agenda, we still have a couple of slides on deep dive into the greenhouse gas methodology. So let me quickly introduce Dr. Jonathan Köhler and Jakob Wachsmuth from who should be online, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, you are there. Okay, thank you very much. Just very briefly, Dr. Köhler is a senior scientist at the Fraunhofer Institute for Innovation and System Analysis, and he is covering a lot of topics on sustainability and innovation in his research, including, of course, shipping, sustainable shipping. And Dr. Wachsmuth is a senior researcher, and his work is focusing on the evaluation of targets and instruments in climate policy. And I would like to give the floor to you. I don't know if you are going to share your presentation with us or you would like us to do it.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Jakob Wachsmuth from the Fraunhofer Institute for System and Innovations Research based in Karlsruhe, Germany, and I will present the details of the greenhouse gas methodology together with my colleague Jonathan. I will go first with some main principles and the application process of the methodology, and then Jonathan will come to the details of the maritime sector. So the criterion of greenhouse gas emission avoidance was already introduced before. It is composed of, on the one hand, the qualitative part about the quality of your calculation and presentation, but then two quantitative elements, which is the absolute greenhouse gas emission avoidance and the relative greenhouse gas emission avoidance. And here on this slide, you see that, so in the first step, the absolute greenhouse gas emission avoidance is calculated based on the emissions that you avoid during the first 10 years of operation of the project, and this is given by the difference of the emissions in a reference scenario where your project is not present, and the emissions in the project scenario where your project is present. So this is then the absolute greenhouse gas emission avoidance in tons of CO2 equivalents. And when you divide this by the reference emissions, you end up with the relative emission avoidance. And here I remind you that there is a threshold now of 50% in the general large scale, medium scale, and small scale calls of relative greenhouse gas avoidance, and an even higher one of 75% in the pilot call. So now coming to the general steps of applying the methodology, it's 6 steps, and I will go through them one by one. Now, not mentioning all of them at this point, just saying again that, as was discussed before, it's really important that you go thoroughly through each of the steps one by one, making sure that you apply the methodology as written in the call text and in the separate methodology, GHG methodology document. So otherwise you risk that there's a serious inherent weakness in your application, which will mean that that your proposal will automatically fail. So I think potential serious inherent weaknesses were mentioned before. They can occur during all steps of the project, during choosing the wrong classification and thereby coming to a discrepancy with the emission calculation methodology, or choosing the wrong methodology and the wrong section and the wrong and therefore also maybe the wrong tool. It can be that you don't have to choose the boundaries accordingly as given in the methodology. It can be wrong use of emission factors that are provided as defaults in the methodology document, and any deviation from the defaults will need to be justified with substantial evidence why this is necessary, and so on. I think we will see later on when we go through the steps one by one. So looking now at defining the boundaries. So of course, in the beginning, you have an idea about your project, what you want to realize, and how this should reduce emissions. So in this example, a quick example here, you see that here a conventional fueled vessel should be replaced by one fueled with green methanol. And so then what you also need to consider, so what is the product that you will provide? And for the maritime sector, it will usually be the case that you either provide a cleaner transportation of goods or passengers, but it could also be the case that you provide the vessels themselves. So it's a manufacturing project. At this point, you should also consider that if it's a project only producing fuels for use in the maritime sector, not including its use in the maritime sector, then this would not be a maritime project, but should apply under energy-intensive industries. And as you will see later on, there can also be hybrid project. I will come to that soon. So then you also need to look at the geographical outreach of the project. So here we say that the methanol would be supplied by a local producer, but then all the international cargo trips by the ships would be covered, as long as this condition that you heard before of 30% calling EU ports would be justified or satisfied. And finally, where does your project sit in the value chain? In this case, we assume that it would be just the use of methanol. As I said before, production could be included in a hybrid project, but if it's only production, then it's not maritime. So coming to the next step, to classify your project, there's in the first step, you will need to look at the category, and for maritime projects that are not fuel producing projects, this would be mobility. And then under mobility, we currently have aviation and maritime, where you of course go for maritime. And then it's, as I mentioned before, choosing the product and service, which can be transport of goods, as here highlighted here, but it can also be transport of passengers or the production of vessels. When you have done so, you can you go to the corresponding methodology. There's a section for each of the methodologies in the methodology document. In this case, for maritime, it's section 6, which provides the details of the maritime methodology that Jonathan will present to you in some minutes. All of the sections include the description about scopes and system boundaries to consider, about instructions how to calculate the absolute and the relative greenhouse gas emission avoidance, then the data and parameters that are either given as a default or you need to monitor yourself and of course then estimate during the application process. And then there are supporting documents already mentioned before, as in particular the calculation tool, which is mandatory to be used for the application, and the example and the video tutorial that can help you filling the application. Note here that in the case of a hybrid project, for example, if you are producing fuels and using them in the maritime sector, then you would have to combine the provisions in this section 2 for energy intensive industries and the maritime sector, making sure that you remove double countings that could occur in this case. So in the fourth step, you have to identify your reference scenario. In most of the cases for the maritime sector, this will be the delivery of the transport service by conventional vessels using the maritime EU reference fuel coming from the corresponding directive, where we have provided also the emission factor to be used in the table in section 6 that provides the emission factors. There may be situations where a deviation from this is possible, but be really careful if you do so, as you risk a serious inherent weakness. So there will be substantial evidence needed why you have to choose a different approach. For example, in case you combine different modes, this may be a situation where the reference scenario is not limited to maritime vessels. Next step is applying your data to the calculation. And as I said before, you have to use the greenhouse gas calculator tool, which is available on the funding and tender portal. It includes the default parameters to be used. And here you see a screenshot of one of the tabs of the Excel file, where you see that you will, just to give you an impression, that you will have to enter the different fuels used in the first 10 years of the operation of the project. Then the greenhouse gas emissions will be calculated. A lot of things are automated in the tool, but you will also need to put in your assumptions in a separate tab, making clear how you come to these conclusions. And of course, this should all be in line with your application itself. And this is also what I have on the last slide for the general principles. Once you have filled out this, there's a summary sheet where you see what is the resulting absolute greenhouse gas emissions, what is the resulting relative greenhouse gas emission avoidance, and what is the emissions in the reference and the project scenario. And this has been transferred to application form B and C. And if there's some inconsistency, of course, this will fail the project, as it will not be verifiable what the emission avoidance by your project is. And final reminder again about please be careful also to verify that you meet the minimum greenhouse gas emission avoidance reduction for relative emissions of at least 50% in most of the calls and 75% in the pilot call. So with this, I hand over to my colleague Jonas.
Thank you very much, Jakob. Do you just want to scroll through the slides for me to avoid worries about sharing screens and everything? Okay, yep. Great, thanks. So I've just got a few slides here. We're going to talk about the scope for possible types of projects, the boundaries for maritime projects, the emissions avoidance calculation for both transport and manufacturing, and then a brief statement about black carbon and a brief example. So starting with the scope of possible types of projects, you can think of them in two sections. Obviously, they've got to be innovative, and the object is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The first one is projects that reduce energy use per functional unit, by which we really mean in terms of the EU Waterborne Technology Platform energy efficiency measures. And these could be innovative vessels and their components, new optimized whole forms, energy-saving propulsors, powertrain appendages, other hull appendages, bulbous bows, and other hull technologies. And also wind propulsion technologies would come under this category as reducing the energy requirement from motors, power take-in from propulsors, and Flettner rotors, the sail rigs that are around, and other wind propulsion devices. So that's energy efficiency measures. The other type of project is projects that use greenhouse gas emissions for a given energy use, either the use of sustainable alternative fuels or solutions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the onboard ship systems, fuel cells, replacing auxiliary motors, etc., and end of pipe, so to speak, exhaust cleaning systems. Also possible are infrastructure projects that contribute to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. So ports, port installations for the either the production or the supply and bunkering of alternative low carbon fuels, and also projects that combine these aspects and include possibly a modal shift from, let's say, rail to road in a way that helps or inland waterways that helps the overall project aims. Projects can also include, but not exclusively have, software and system for ships operations and monitoring. So it's got to be more than just software, but things like weather routing software and maintenance optimization software would be relevant here and allowed. And then also one can also include operational measures such as slow speed steaming and plans or methods or organizations to reduce waiting time to either enter or leave ports. Next slide, please, Jakob. In terms of the boundaries of possible projects for the reference, these are the energy-related greenhouse gas emissions present in the reference scenario for the delivery of the same transport services, ton kilometers or passenger kilometers, as provided by the innovative project. So that means direct emissions of pollutants from the use of fossil fuels, indirect emissions from the use of methanol, ammonia, and hydrogen through production or slip, and the use of vehicles and port facilities for relevant projects. Also included in the reference could be greenhouse gas emissions present for the delivery of the same transport services for slipped, what's originally called methane slip in the case of LNG, but also emissions that come through the accidental or leakage of fuels in the other alternative fuels. Project emissions then are the equivalent of these reference emissions that are projected to be in the project and are hopefully 50% or more lower. That is also energy-related greenhouse gas emissions for the transport services. So that's also fuel use, indirect emissions as above, and then again as above, other greenhouse gas emissions due to fuel component slip and other possible emissions. Both these categories include innovative large-scale projects and small-scale projects as above. Okay, next slide, please, Jakob. So how do we go about these calculations? I've just got a couple of slides about this. I will remind everybody at this point, we do have an extensive system through the help desk, which will answer any detailed questions that you have. This is already an operation, and the way to do that is contact the organization, the EU, through the help desk, and they then send the questions through to the relevant experts. So you will get expert advice from the help desk. having said that, then, how do you calculate the greenhouse gas emissions avoidance for transportation of goods and passengers? It's really relatively straightforward in principle. You look at the sum over 10 years operation of the project for the reference energy, and you add the emissions from that, and you add to that any emissions from other factors such as black carbon, and you compare that to the project energy and emissions, and then any other emissions directly from the ship, and any other emissions that are caused by the wider implications of the project, whether that be rail or connecting services. Next slide, please. The previous slide was about actual transport of goods and passengers, in other words, ships. Also relevant then are the manufacturing of vessels and their components. And here you would calculate the emissions due to the manufacturing of the innovative ship, but they are out of scope of the greenhouse gas avoidance calculation. So you don't calculate the emissions from the manufacturer. Greenhouse gas avoidance will be equal to the emissions saved by the innovative technology when operating. So what you have to calculate is, given your new component or vessel produced, how much greenhouse gas emissions would that save when it's in operation delivering the transport services? Next slide, please. A new aspect of the current funding methodologies is an emphasis on the calculation of black carbon. We have updated the greenhouse gas calculation methodology to include black carbon. There are the relevant emissions coefficients in the tool that is provided, and just to point out, the methodology makes use of the average global warming potential applied by the IMO and the ICCT, and it's a very high one, 900 tons per CO2 emissions per ton. So that is why black carbon is specifically addressed here. Potential climate impacts of other emissions are not covered by Kyoto. For example, sulfur are less clear, and if there is a significant or useful saving or useful benefit from the project in terms of these other emissions, you can calculate that under other greenhouse gas emission avoidance. And then you would need to provide a clear explanation and evidence for the relevance of these emissions and the data that you have applied. Next slide, please. Okay, and I think this is the last one. Let me just check. Yeah, this is the last slide that we have on maritime. So very briefly, here is an example. This is the example that's on the website. So the project concept here, in order to get above this 50% reduction in GHG emissions bench line, is that the example combines three different aspects. Firstly, the installation of a sail technology to bulk carrier. Secondly, a significant reduction in operating speed. And thirdly, the application of weather routing. And the assumption in the example, which is only a notional example, so don't take the numbers too seriously. This is just to show you how you would do it. Is overall 76% in reduction in fuel requirement. So you're above the 50% baseline. The classification is within mobility, as Jakob was saying. You go to maritime, transportation of goods and services, and the methodology is in the maritime section 6. So the reference here will be a conventional bulker carrying its load with the reference maritime fuel. That reference maritime fuel coefficient and the emissions coefficient are also already in the tool. So you don't have to worry about what actual fuel you would use in real life. For the purposes of these calculations, you use the coefficients that are provided in the tool. And then also there is information on the necessary coefficients for black carbon. So for the global warming potential black carbon, as I illustrated in the previous slide. And then what is important here, if you look at the first line of the equation, the delta GHG abs, so the absolute emissions reduction, the reference compared to the project, then is comprised of these two things. The emissions factor of the reference fuel times the fuel used, and the black carbon reference fuel factor. And you compare that to the project energy and emissions used and the project black carbon emissions. These values for the projected emissions, the quantity of black carbon emitted, and the emissions projected are what you have to estimate or model, and you have to tell us how you've done that and what the assumptions that you've made are and how you've done it. In terms of the data, just to explain the symbols that we've used, the EREF is the annual use of the EU maritime marine reference fuel in the reference project scenario in year Y in terajoules, not litres or tons of fuel. EF is the GHG emissions factor for the marine reference fuel. QBC is the quantity of black carbon emitted in tons, and GWPBC is the global warming potential black carbon in tons CO2. So that's what you have to do. That's my last slide. I will just repeat, if you've got any questions, look at the examples and go to the help desk if necessary. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for this useful presentation for all of you, all the colleagues. And now we have a couple of minutes, although we are a little bit delayed, but if you all allow me, we will go into the Q&A session. For those online, you can post your questions in the Q&A part. And I would start the Q&A session asking the audience in-house whether there are questions, then please indicate it. And we immediately has a couple of hands up. And I see I just go in order. Sasha, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And my first question is to Mr. Gomez, who mentioned the sovereignty seal at the very beginning. And I just want to go back if I understood the interpretation correct. So the sovereignty seal means that if in the Innovation Fund I'm not successful meaning that I'm going to get funding, I might still be eligible for the sovereignty seal. And what will that do? That will open up other funding pots, or what sort of benefit am I going to get out of this?
Well, first to say that this is part of the STEP proposal, so it's not it's not yet anything concrete, but as part of the proposal, indeed, the aim would be to basically, based on certain requirements that in a way would be established in the Innovation Fund call as well, a given project that may not be successful for the basically in receiving the call would then qualify as receiving a sovereignty seal, which would indeed open up other possibilities in terms of, for example, there was one of the other elements of the STEP was streamlining also elements regarding state aid. So in a way, the sovereignty seal would be kind of a quality stamp for the project and indeed open up other possibilities. But I think very important to note is that, well, this is definitely within the proposal. Now the practicalities on how this will be implemented and the exact, let's say, design is now part of the negotiations. It's definitely not part of this call. So yeah, it's still on. So indeed, it's not part of this call. The STEP proposal is being negotiated to some extent as we speak. So it's of course, only once implemented, we would then see how best to incorporate it within the within the Innovation Fund. But for this current exercise, there is no let's say no reference to a sovereignty seal. If you something that you can already see within this call, which one can to some extent relate a bit to this approach, is the minimum thresholds that we have for example, in terms of relative GHG emissions, also in terms of the cost efficiency ratio. So there are, in a way, already certain requirements within this call that, well, one could in principle relate to this approach of having minimum criteria, but yeah, it's independent, so there is no sovereignty seal yet in let's say in place. So for this call, I think it was still worthwhile to make reference to it for information, but it's not yet operational. It's not yet in a way a concrete. Well, it's a concrete proposal, but it's not yet. We will see from the adoption and from the agreement. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We had another question over there. Can I kindly ask you to also tell your name and your organization?
Okay, now it works, yeah. Okay, Matko Barišić, ABB Marine and Ports. We heard a lot about like sort of supplementary or sort of holistic ways to address greenhouse gas emissions, like voyage optimization and so on. It's quite clear that that's sort of supplementary scope to engine and propulsion technology and hull lines and so on. But I'm curious about taking a discussion in the direction of autonomy technology. So, of course, not just in the sense of minimizing presence of humans and therefore potentially reducing the hotel load, also by reducing the actual hotel allocation on the general arrangement, providing more space for cargo, so making a more efficient ship, but also taking it even one step further, like having access to autonomy might cause more efficient transport chains. It was a little bit sort of maybe tangentially related to the point that somebody made about making more efficient the transport networks with reliance on multimodal transport. But what are the opinions of the experts on how autonomy technology reflects on greenhouse gas emissions, if in any way? Thanks.
Shall I provide an initial answer to that one? Is that okay? Yeah.
Absolutely, please.
Yeah, so thanks very much for the question. And it is indeed a relevant question. I think autonomous technology can be part of the project if it reduces either fuel use or greenhouse gas emissions. And if it is, and you are either going to be doing that in terms of a ship, so you've got to be able to show how you would reduce emissions in the operation of the ship. And actually, even if you're just doing it as part of a production of components of a ship, you would also, according to our methodology, have to show how that would reduce GHG emissions in the per unit of transport work in the operation of the ship. I defer to João on the question of if the automation reduces emissions from other modes as a part of the transport supply chain, whether that will be relevant for the maritime area. I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, and here, well, first, just to confirm, indeed, I think also the understanding as from what Jonathan referred in the first part. Now, for the second part of the question, I'm not sure I have a clear understanding. So clearly here the focus is on to some extent decarbonizing of the maritime or let's say the transportation side of maritime. Here, if to some extent for example, if there are other GHG emissions that fall out of this scope, there is a possibility under the bonus point on other GHG emission savings, and well, it may be from that angle that there may be additional savings that could be claimed by a project. But for example, if we are talking about savings in other sectors, here I would find it a bit more challenging to argue it, but maybe it will depend on the project specificities, and I'm not sure I grasp the full example.
Yeah, I mean, just to come back on that slightly, not to actually provide an answer, but I can imagine a situation where you introduce automation in a container terminal, and that makes it more attractive, for example, to use rail as opposed to road transport for the onward movement of the container, or the containers coming into the terminal. And at the same time, it also reduces the length of time of the ship requires to load and unload. So you actually reduce the energy requirement for operation of the ship because they reduce loading and loading time. But you also reduce the greenhouse gas emissions due to the hinterland transport. And that's the sort of example that maybe you were thinking of, João, and where we would have to say whether we would have to examine whether you would actually include those reduced emissions due to the more favourable conditions for operation of the land-based transport. Does that make it any clearer?
The answer is yes. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you. I will turn now on the questions to on the online platform, and then if we still have time, then we will continue from the room. First of all, a lot of people are asking when the PowerPoint slides are going to be shared. Just to confirm with the experts that it's possible. So after the event, of course, you will receive the link to it.
Yeah, no problem.
Then, thank you very much. Then there are a couple of questions. If you allow me, I will read them up, and then you will see all of you as experts who is willing to answer these. First of all, there has been a couple of questions regarding OPEX and CAPEX. There is a question whether financial support for OPEX only is eligible, and if not, what is the minimum share of CAPEX in the relevant costs? So this is one set of questions. Then another question on CAPEX, whether when it comes to CAPEX costs, can relevant CAPEX be maintenance CAPEX only, or it can be anything else? There has been a question, and a lot of people would like to ask the same thing, whether there is if there is a relevant contract kind of negotiated, but it is dependent on the agreement with the Innovation Fund or the final grant agreement, because without that addition, the project wouldn't be eligible or wouldn't be possible. Would this be still eligible for the Innovation Fund? And a specific question, what if this negotiated agreement is only signed after the application submission? So this was another set of questions. Then there was a couple of questions around the same area. What would happen if somebody would like to develop a product that is installed on a ship and would help decrease the greenhouse gas emission? Do they need to include all the relevant costs, or what are these cost standards? And they are referring to the calculator on the website, which is mentioning standard costs of the remaining components constitution as a typical operational vessel using the innovative component. So this is what they are asking. And again, a couple of questions on the eligibility of LNG and methanol projects, whether it is understood that they are generally eligible under the Innovation Fund. So these are the current questions that I have seen so far, and if we would like to invite the experts to give some indications on this one. Thank you.
Can I just, while it's in my head, just briefly answer the last one about LNG and methanol? The answer to that is, yep, they're
Yes.
thanks. The answer to that is yes, they are eligible, and you have to demonstrate 50% greenhouse gas emission savings through the project.
Thank you.
Then I will take, I suppose, in bulk all these questions related to CapEx, OpEx, because of course they are very specific. I think the short answer is it depends. So it depends on the project boundaries. And of course, there are project boundaries that were explained in the sense of the GHG calculation, but there are more or less the same boundaries from the point of view of relevant cost calculation. So it's very important to define what exactly is a project, which are the project boundaries, what exactly do you include in the project, because that will determine what is CapEx, what is OpEx, and what exactly makes sense to have for the delivery of your project as such. Therefore, do we have a criteria and the minimum percentage of what should be CapEx, what OpEx? Not really. It depends from project to project. We have many CapEx intensive projects, but I cannot exclude just per se a project that would provide only OpEx. I think it's quite unusual. However, it depends on the business model, so it will be analyzed on a case-by-case basis. Could we provide only OpEx support? Again, it depends on the total calculation of a relevant cost. So whatever is included in this relevant cost, following the logic of the NPV, meaning CapEx, then OpEx, discounted value, maintenance CapEx, and I heard a question on the maintenance CapEx as well. It's very important to make this distinction between what is CapEx, what is maintenance CapEx, and it has to, of course, to follow the logic of the CapEx of the items, the cost items included there as well. While obviously the CapEx value is also an eligibility criteria. So it's very important to show what is the total CapEx value of the project, eligible or not eligible, because that will be included in the part on eligibility criteria. As you've seen, we have different windows that determine that. I don't know if I answered all the questions, but of course, I think it's important to if there are any specific concerns and to be analyzed on a case-by-case cases, to either send the question to the help desk. Before that, please read our the relevant cost methodology and the information that we provide.
Very well noted. Thank you very much.
I remember there was a question on contracts. What type of contracts, if you remember?
Yes, I can read it out. If I understand the question correctly, the question was if there is a contract which is negotiated and is dependent on basically whether the innovation fund will grant in the end the certain funds that is needed, because without that the project cannot go through. Then if this contract is negotiated, kind of like as a conditional contract, whether it's eligible, and there was a specific case of this mentioned here. What if this contract is signed after the application deadline? This is the question.
Well, this is in general not a problem, because as we have indicated in our slides, we don't request at the time of application that all contracts are signed. We calculate this as a part of reaching financial close. Within 5 years of the start of the project, where all contracts need to be signed. Okay. So as we said, they don't need to be signed at the time of application, because we consider this as a part of reaching a financial close. So 4 years after the start of the project at the latest, meaning that during these 4 years, you will have time to basically sign all of the contracts, and without signing all the contracts, you will not reach a financial close. What we request at the time of proposal is that you provide any documents that you might have. For example, if this contract is already negotiated, so attach the contract, even if it's not signed, some kind of a draft contract, because these documents need to kind of show that your business plan is valid and well thought of, and of course that the operational maturity of the project is high, meaning that you have already in a way calculated all the necessary steps. I remember there was a question on production of a product which will be transported by ship.
Yeah. Yeah, it was related to the cost items. What are the relevant costs? I think that was the question. Sorry. There was a question indeed that if they want to develop a product to be installed on a ship, that will help decrease the greenhouse gas emissions. And there was a question related to what type of costs they need to include all this, but I think it will cover more or less your answer to that. Thank you very much. I'm asking again the room if there is any questions from here. And yes, we have one, so please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I will try to brief a little bit the small explanation because it's a particular question, but maybe it's happening to many other ship owners, and then two very small questions. We have to understand that many times in this sector, ship owner is the one investing in the capex. I'm talking about the new build for a ship owner. In case the ship owner is investing in capex, we consider it's the main one to request the grant. The shipyard and main manufacturers will be supplying and building the vessels. While this happens, high qualified team will manage this building from the ship manager. Sometimes the ship manager is not the same company that the ship owner. Then we have the engineering from another company and the class society from another company. Later on, during the operation, there will be, again, two different companies, the ship manager and the crew manager, sometimes not the same as the ship owner. The ship owner could not have direct human resources, but many strategic subcontractors like this. So how to demonstrate the team behind the project? You want, and it is very important to define that the team behind the project is critical, but in our opinion, the ship owner is the one that should be requesting the grant, but sometimes shouldn't be the one directly contracting the team. So two questions. Any problem not having direct employees at the ship owner? Are eligible costs these strategic subcontracts from a company with high qualified people in terms of engineering and management? Or well, should the ship owner go alone or through a consortium? And in case we go through a consortium, what about the final property of the vessel? If the one investing and the one having the property is the ship owner, what about this thing?
Okay, I will attempt to answer this question. Yes, obviously it's a complex environment, and I think that's important to show in the application, that it's very complex, and projects in general are developed in a supply chain and with different partners. So having a very clear view of who's participating with what into the project, I think that is very important, and that you think through. Now the matter of ownership and where the capex should be and how it will be considered. Well, first of all, the project boundaries are defined, but what is the project as such, not necessarily by who owns what and how exactly participate, although obviously it's dependent on who is the main applicant, and the main applicant could be indeed mono beneficiary, so one company, the ship owner, or could be as well in a consortium. It depends on the partnership and commercial agreements that you intend to sign later on. I think we don't necessarily want to intervene to set a specific model for that. It's up to you to have this model. But obviously, at the application stage, it's important to show all the different and you said the human resources and the capacity of the consortium or / the entire value chain involved, the capacity to deliver these projects based on that. So it's not only the capacity of the ship owner, although obviously it's very important to show that there is an experience into working and having such working relationship and experience in delivering such projects or similar similar projects on which you will build, but that will be assessed under the operational maturity. And then in terms of relevant cost of the project, as I said, it depends on the project boundaries, because depending on the investment, how it's done, it can be if it's subcontracted, that would be rather, well, either as a CapEx or as a OpEx, but it depends on the way the commercial relationship will be set. So I think it's a relatively wide option. Obviously, once the project, if accepted, when we go into the grant agreement preparation, then there is an in-depth discussion on who participates in the consortium and then what are the specific conditions then.
Thank you very much. So it is an option and it is okay.
Everyone to hear. I don't think we don't necessarily have an exclusion criteria as such for that, so I don't think that will be a reason to, but indeed it's important to explain all these points. And Renata, if there is any.
Okay, just to explain this, because I think this will be interesting for all of you in terms of this whole project beneficiaries who can participate in. Okay, so there can be only one beneficiary if this beneficiary covers everything. However, you can have as many as you need. You need to have, so we distinguish the following roles: the coordinator with whom we will be signing the grant agreement. And the coordinator doesn't even need to be the main technology owner or developer. So it can be just somebody who will represent the consortium. Then you can have beneficiaries, and then these beneficiaries also can have their affiliated entities in the project also. So beneficiaries and affiliated entities, they need to have their separate, they need to have a budget indicated in the grant agreement. However, you can also have a so-called associated partners, which are some kind of important stakeholders in your project, but which do not get directly the grant. And of course, you will have a subcontractor. Subcontractor do not need to be officially indicated in the grant agreement, but in the proposal under participants, you need to explain which subcontracting contracts you will need to have. And if you already have some kind of agreements, you can even list the specific subcontractor, or if you still didn't decide it. But what is important that we know what subcontracting will be needed. And then you need to basically explain this also under operational maturity, who are the main actors. So you can combine the way you think it's the best for the project.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid I have to close here the Q&A because we need to advance with the presentations. I really appreciate your input, but what we can try is to collect all the written questions, and maybe if you have further questions, you can send it to us, and then we can communicate and maybe have further info from you in correspondence. We need to go on with our agenda, and I would like to kindly invite Dr. Zoran Stanic, who is normally online. I don't know if you are here with us, and then if you can hear us.
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Dr. Stanic is representing the European Investment Bank. He's the head of Innovation Fund Unit with over 25 years of experience in energy project developments, and we are looking forward to hearing your presentation.
Can you also see my slides?
Yes, we can see it. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So thank you very much for the invitation. I'll try to explain briefly what is the project development assistance about. As you know, it's a component of the Innovation Fund grants. And EIB is very proud and flattered that we have the chance to support the European Commission and SINEA in this work, which is very important for us. So Few words only about EIB. We are, as you know, probably if you have been in contact with the bank, we are EU institution, but also the bank, and we are the largest multilateral lender in the world. Also a leading provider of the climate finance, which is one of our main policies and objectives. And in general, we are following EU policies. For example, even if it's, let's say, industrial policy or energy policy or transport policy, we are closely following those objectives. Our owners are EU member states, and our board of directors is composed of the representatives. In terms of projects, you see here we financed huge number of projects, so we have huge experience in basically every country of the world. Just one number from the last year, our lending volume was around 88 billion euro. So you can see the scale, how much we actually lend. We have around 5,000 people, not only financial professionals, but also engineers, economists, and social and environmental experts. And we have around 60 offices around the world, but we are closely, let's say, mostly, most of us are in Luxembourg. I'm also now in Luxembourg. And my background is engineering, as it was mentioned, I think, in the beginning. So what are the key highlights of my presentation today? The objective of the project development assistant is to improve the maturity of the projects that we are supporting, which then can help also in the future applications. So far, we have screened 87 projects, and out of that, 34 were already completed, and 32 are still in the preparation. We provide both technical and financial project development assistance support. I will talk more about explicitly what type of support is provided. And the objective is also to improve the geographical balance of the projects, also in terms of countries, but also in terms of sectoral balance. We are actually guided by the regulation which delegated this task to EIB. Here you can see definition of the maturity. So it's in terms of planning of the project, project components, business model, financial legal structure, all basically in terms of reaching the financial close with the defined time, not exceeding the 4 years after the award decision. So this has been entrusted to us, and the work is done by our own staff. We have a dedicated team of experts, which are really experts in various technologies. As you know, I mean, Innovation Fund is really demanding in terms of very advanced technologies that we have to support. So we have a very big team of engineers and financial experts. And also we work with the support of external consultants as needed. How do you get PDA? So there are two, let's say, criteria. So any project that goes through the application process and they fulfill, let's say, minimum thresholds for the greenhouse gas emission, degree of innovation as explained, and replicability, and gave their consent in the application form, but failed to let's say, reach the threshold of any maturity sub-criteria, so let's say financial, technical, or operational, then can be proposed to us by SINEA as a candidate, eligible candidate for the PDA. Then we do our own screening based on the maturity scorecard. This is a tool that we developed. And then we send so-called shortlist to the commission, which then basically issues award decision. The types, as I mentioned, of the project development assistance support. Here you can see different categories of technical and financial project development assistance, from technology assessment and verification of the key parameters of the project, CapEx and OpEx review, market analysis, market assessment, pilot project review, business case modeling, financial models, then business plan assessments, life cycle assessment. So you see that the scope of the support is very broad. So this is something that is very much appreciated so far in our experience of the last 3 years. So let's say we started from beginning of 21. So now is really almost full 3 years of this mandate. Then in terms of sectoral and geographical balance, here you can see basically distribution of the type of the projects that we support. You see here that, let's say there are I would say 3 or 4 main categories so far in terms of sectors: energy storage, hydrogen, biofuel production, and energy-intensive industries. But now I think now with the new calls, we see more and more projects, for example, from CCUS sector, which I think is catching up now. Then in terms of geographical balance, I would say we have a standard, or let's say more kind of expected distribution of the countries within EU. But we are working also to have this, let's say, better in terms of more support towards certain countries of the Central and Eastern Europe, which we didn't have so far. So we have like new countries in every call. We have 1 or 2 new countries which we are not supported from before. When we would like to focus more on the waterborne sector, which was not a category itself in the previous calls, it's just introduced now. So this is important to mention. We had so far supported 7 projects under different categories, but they were related to the basically ships. So energy intensive industry, hydrogen, CCS or biofuel. And then from this call onwards, we will have also, as explained today, we will have also particular category for maritime, but also for other sectors. We would like also, of course, to say that some of the projects that got support through PDA were also successful in getting other next steps, let's say, in terms of innovation fund grants or more kind of private public partnership grant through Breakthrough Energy Catalyst. One project of CCS got in the list of projects of common interest, the European list. And then many projects also got additional national grant support. For example, if I would like to emphasize one project, Triskelion, for example, they got both support through the national grant and also through Innovation Fund grant. If we would like to mention few projects from which are closer to the topic of today. So we have a project so-called Hydrogen Europax, which actually was the main objective was to have a fuel cell that will power a RoPax vessel connecting main EU ports, mainly in Denmark and other countries. That project got both financial and technical PDA. Then we have WAVE project, which is a large sailing cruise ship with the innovative wind propulsion technology. It also got both financial and technical PDA. Then we have Eurogreen Seaways projects, which is a construction of 4 large-scale hybrid ammonia electric RORO ships. So this is another, let's say, highly innovative project connecting Scandinavia with mainland Europe. And that project got financial PDA. Finally, one project from a different type of category. It is more on the alternative fuel, on green methanol, basically. which is Salamandre. And this project is based in France, and it got both financial and technical PDA. Few more. So I mentioned already Triskelion, which is a green methanol production from hydrogen and captured CO2. And this is for production, let's say, for the fuel for the ship industry. HyPush is the hydrogen pusher. So this is a boat basically in Paris that is powered by hydrogen power system. And then finally, Efson project is one of the largest green e-methanol facilities in Sweden, and this is also for the shipping industry. So out of those two projects got technical PDA, HyPush and Efson. You can see also what type of PDA was there, and Triskelion was awarded with both financial and technical PDA. And those projects got really support also through the grants. And one Efson got support through this Breakthrough Energy Catalyst grant. Finally, I would like to mention some changes that are discussed at the moment with the Commission. So from this call, which is right now onwards, what we expect is that we will get many more applications. This will help us also in this geographical balance that I mentioned. And then we will also have specific targets, including for this sector, for maritime sector. So this is one important element which is new. And then the second one is there will be all so-called open PDA, which will basically be direct communication, direct request for the PDA to the bank. And you can see here our contacts. So we have a website, and also we have a contact address, email address. So through this open PDA, you will have to ensure that you are eligible for the Innovation Fund. So even if you are not interested in the application for the grant, you would still be able to get this so-called open project development assistance from EIB by direct request, but you still have to be within the scope of the Innovation Fund, exactly as explained today. So you will not then go through the process of SINEA evaluation, but the similar type of simplified checks will be done by the EIB experts. Having said that, we still haven't concluded our final agreement with the Commission. So I think this although we are accepting the requests at the moment, we cannot really move and process them until we sign the contract, the agreement, which I think will be signed very soon. I wouldn't, let's say more than 1 month or 2 months maximum from now. So I think this will be available very soon. So this was all, I think, what I wanted to share for the moment. If you have any questions, I would be happy to respond.
Thank you very much. It's very much appreciated. I would highly encourage also the online people to put their questions in the Q&A session. And maybe I suggest that we go to the next presentation. And then afterwards, we would propose that instead of having a 25 minutes lunch break, we have a shorter break, and we have a working lunch continuing the presentations in the afternoon, so we are not too much delayed, if you all agree. I see nodding in the room, but I don't see nodding obviously online, so I hope you all agree with us. And then I would like to kindly invite Mr. Moises Blanco Rios, who is here with us in the room. He is a policy officer for clean transport and transition, and he's overseeing the program for waterborne transport in Horizon Europe. and we would very much appreciate your presentation. So the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
I hope you can hear me. Yeah, okay. So I have a very challenging presentation because it's right before the lunch break. Don't worry, I have a good news. It's going to be very short. Okay. So my goal here before starting the presentation is two things. First, take everything that Cinea and the rest of the colleagues have presented so far, take a step back, and also go deeper into something that has been already said by my colleague Jaap Gebraat here. And essentially what I want to do is to talk about Horizon Europe. So it's a reminder that there are other financial instruments here at your disposal for your research and innovation actions. So can we see the presentation? Yeah, perfect. So my presentation is going to be very simple. I'm just going to go from the more general aspects and explain you a little bit of the context. And then we're going to go little by little to more concrete actions. And again, I promise it's going to be short. So next slide, please. Here, I'm not going to spend too much time. We all know the numbers. Essentially, the waterborne transport is key for the European Union. Unfortunately, in our industrial strategy, it was not deemed as a strategic. It's something that we are assessing so far. But we do understand that it's a critical industry and that we need to decarbonize in a way. Next slide, please. In order to do this, a plan has been presented, which is the European Green Deal, and the Fit for 55 package includes all the different pieces that will make this possible. Yeah, I'm not going to waste time on this. Next slide, please. Here we can see some of the pieces that are necessary for this puzzle to occur. So we have the extension of the ETS, I was explained, the FuelEU Maritime, all the actions that the European Commission as an observer is doing in coordination with the member states in the IMO. And here we can see in this aspect that we need to do support actions through research and innovation. One of these is going to be Innovation Fund, that is what we have been discussing so far, but also Horizon Europe. And Horizon Europe, if we go to the next slide, it's planned taking into account the existing instruments that we have, going from lower technology readiness levels, so from the very basic research, all the way to deployment. So Horizon Europe, the way in which it is designed today, it's to work from lower TRL levels, so from TRL 1 to at least 6, 7. And once we're going closer and closer into the market, then we move to the Innovation Fund, which is largely focused on deployment. We already talked about how some projects can start at TRL level 6. And also there are other projects, for example, CEF, which focus on infrastructure. And that's already creating deployment of solutions for production of fuel, for example, that is going to be needed. Also, there is a transversal action that it's the European Innovation Council that has part of our funding. And in this case, it touches all the TRL levels. Next slide, please. Next slide. It's not. It's slow. Okay. No worry. Perfect. This is a clear case of not the best example of graphic design. I apologize for this. It's okay. The key message of this slide is that we have 95 billion euros at our disposal in Horizon Europe. And it's divided in several pillars and different sections. The one relevant for waterborne transport can be found in Pillar 2. And inside of Pillar 2, there are several clusters. And we are in Cluster 5, which is climate, energy, and mobility. And here we can see waterborne transport. And this cluster has a budget of a little bit more than 15 billion. Next slide, please. Okay. And inside of this cluster of the pillar 2, there are different partnerships that can help the Commission to create the working programs in which we're going to, which help us decide how we're investing the money that we have allocated for research and innovation. And here we have the waterborne technology platform, who is the private side of the zero emission waterborne transport partnership. The next slide, please. Yeah. Okay. So here we're speaking specifically about the partnership involved with waterborne transport. A lot of the people here in this room see also largest beneficiaries of some of the projects that we have approved. Our budget for the partnership is, like Jaap said before, 530 million euros from 2021 to 2027. And apart from that, the European Commission has allocated 100 million euros for collaborative research, which can be complementary to what we are doing inside of the partnership. Apart from that, which is also very, very, very important, is the fact that the private side committed 3.3 billion euros, being the partnership that has committed the most in terms of private funding to this endeavor. The partnership is represented by two sides. One is the public side, one is RTD, one is Klima, and also MOVE. And from the private side, we have the waterborne technology platform, which I think it's outdated. Here it says 120 members, but if I'm not wrong, very, very much up. And here we try to have the perspectives not only of the private side, but also from the academia. And it's critical for us to be in a constant communication with them in order to understand what are the needs of the sector and where exactly can our funding be best targeted. Next slide, please. The goals of our partnership, there is one overall goal, that it's to develop and demonstrate zero emission for all main ship types and services by 2030, which will enable zero emission waterborne transport by 2050. And the way in which we have made this operationable is in 3 goals. One is the elimination of green what these missions are about, but I think it's not relevant for now. So I'm going to cut now. And if we have any questions, I'm very happy to answer.
Thank you very much. It's really appreciated. I'm sorry for the hiccup. I don't know what happened with our Teams on this computer, but at least we see it online. So it was so far good. I don't know, very briefly, I don't know if there are very urgent questions, then maybe we dedicate 5 minutes to this. If there are any in the room, and then we take a break, okay? Okay. I think everybody. Okay, try it again.
Let me see.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much for this presentation about indeed the other platforms and programs that are available to us. I was wondering that there seems to be a sequentiality to it, that the Horizon program is for the lower TRLs and that the Innovation Fund for the higher. There is now a system with bonus points. Is there an idea that maybe in the future there could be bonus points for technologies that have been proven in the Horizon program, that they can get bonus points in the Innovation Fund where we can do the large-scale deployment? I think that would be a very good addition.
Well, I can just say that I can take note of it and pass that consideration to the process that we'll be having for the future call.
Regarding the level of TRLs, while it's true that Horizon Europe in this way works from TRL 1 to TRL 6, 7, we in our SRIA, we decided that the closer we are moving to 2030, the closer we will move towards demonstrations and deployments. So I think that was very important. The slide that I use is just the generic one speaking about Horizon Europe. And then as for the point regarding bonus points for Innovation Fund, I think that's more for Innovation Fund. That's what I give the floor. We are coming closer to the FP10. We're having discussions, but I think that more and more we are seeing that we need to have more synergies. Suddenly the European Union is funding that have more and more financial tools on its hands. So we are going to need to find synergies, and we know that. So we are also going to take note from the side of RTD. Yes, sir.
I just want to say something. Although there are no bonus points at the moment, I can say that during evaluation, when the evaluators are assessing your technical maturity, they very favorably look at if your technology has been previously demonstrated the Horizon project. This is some kind of assurance that you know what you're doing. If this may help. Okay, so I just wanted to say that at the moment there are no bonus points in Innovation Fund for I don't know, Horizon 2020 projects, but during evaluations, when evaluators are assessing technical maturity, they very favorably look at the projects which have previous installments, I would say, in the Horizon Europe. This is some kind of assurance for them that basically you know what you are doing. So it's not for in vain.
Thank you very much. I suggest that even the software decided that it's lunchtime. So yes, sorry, you wanted. Okay, I thought that you wanted to take a break because you were signaling break. So I'm sorry, Marjolein, next time you need to raise your hand. Okay, then the last question from Marjolein, so go ahead.
Maybe I can summarize the question for those online. So essentially the question was, what are the links between the different funding instruments, especially Horizon Europe and the European Innovation Council? From the side of Waterborne, in particular, in Horizon Europe, we haven't had any contacts with the Council. It's just an instrument that it's available. There is one, I mean, now it's we're drafting the topic, but there is an internal discussion that maybe we could send this topic that we're preparing in Horizon Europe to the council in case they have the budget. We always have to juggle the budget, but there is nothing systematic yet. Because we haven't seen the need. But if you, from the side of the private side, think that it will be relevant, we're very happy to hear your comments and work forward.
Okay, any breaks, questions? No? Okay, sorry. Thank you very much. Then we suggest that you take a 15-minute break, grab your coffee, grab your drinks. The lunch is served in the small meeting room, and then we will continue with the afternoon session. We would like to open the afternoon session, and we are going to start with some information about different project submissions for 23 and 24. And our colleagues from CLIA will start the presentation series. Sasha, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. And our first project is going to be on a methanol application. And for this, we've got Dominik Tasker in the room. He's a naval architect who has held several positions within Carnival Corporation. And his current assignment is with Princess Cruises, which is a Carnival brand, where he's tasked to decarbonize the fleet. And he's going to tell us about the project they are applying for. Dominik?
Hello, my mic working? Yeah. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, as Sasha said, I'm decarbonization manager at Princess Cruises, which is part of Carnival Corporation. And I'll run you through our bid for the upcoming Innovation Fund. Next slide, please. So the concept is that we want to look at how we can decarbonize our modern existing vessels, and that's through retrofitting the ability to run on hydrogen-based e-fuels in combination with hybrid energy storage. And this will be achieved through a space-efficient design, which is optimized to future-proof these ships for lower emission operations, because these ships are going to be with us in 2050. The application will be made by Princess Cruises, and our subcontractors and project partners are Wärtsilä, who is the technology provider, Fincantieri, who will be the designer and also carry out the conversion in a European shipyard, along with Lloyd's Register, who are covering the regulatory aspects. The dry docking is planned for 2026, and the vessel will enter service on methanol in 2027. So at a very high level, then, we are combining multi-fuel capability with hybrid operation. And we are looking to mitigate the risk of switching to hydrogen-based e-fuels by continuing the ability to operate on conventional fuels, but adding the possibility of using methanol. And we will combine that with hybridization, which allows us to further optimize the efficiency of our power plant, increase reliability and dependability of services. And this will lead to a significant reduction in greenhouse gas intensity. This project is also replicable onto other ships in the Princess fleet and the wider maritime industry. Next slide, please. Yeah, I don't really need to go into this. I think it's been well covered today, but I was just going to run through how we believe we fit in with each of these 5 criteria. We're going to be going for a medium scale project. Yeah, I'll walk you through our assessment of these 5 criteria. So in terms of degree of innovation, we're really concentrating on technologies which are proven to work rather than piloting systems. And we're looking at applying these in an innovative way in a first-of-kind implementation, and that is in-service retrofits of large passenger vessels to hydrogen-based e-fuels along with energy storage. And in combination with that, we'll also be facilitating the production of e-methanol through offtake agreements with our fuel suppliers. Next slide, please. So in terms of the greenhouse gas avoidance calculation, which we've just started to get into, relative savings can actually be quite tricky to achieve for retrofits of existing vessels. But if you look at it in terms of absolute savings, we feel like the absolute savings are strong for a mid-level project. There was worth maybe highlighting that there is some clarity required on the methodology as it's applied to passenger ships, and also on the black carbon emissions factors, which were actually covered earlier. So thanks for that. In terms of maturity, then, as I said, that from a technical point of view, the technology is considered mature. It's been tested and it's well advanced. What we're doing is retrofitting that onto an existing platform, but the retrofit design is matured, and we're currently in that process with Fincantieri. From a financial standpoint, we have done a lot of the modeling work on the costing of the project, and we've also done a lot of modeling work on the operation of the vessel once it's been retrofitted. In terms of operational maturity, all the key stakeholders within the project are fully engaged, and that covers both the shipboard staff and shoreside support to cover the vessel operation. It's maybe worth saying at this point that when we look at the financial modeling framework provided by the Innovation Fund, we feel like it's very much tailored towards a project with a tangible end product that it could sell. Whereas when we're talking about decarbonizing a passenger ship, the impact of the emissions reduction doesn't necessarily translate into revenue generation. And so we sometimes feel like we're having to act somewhat ad hoc to try and fit in with the financial model as it's been provided. Next step, next question, next slide, please. As I mentioned, in terms of replicability, this vessel that we're looking at is one of a series of vessels with the same design. So the design is directly applicable to a number of other ships, but the concept as a whole could be applied to the wider cruise industry and also the wider maritime sector. So it is definitely a scalable solution. In terms of cost efficiency, I think that I should start by saying it's going to be essential that we can decarbonize our existing ships. Some of them have only been delivered in the last few years, and they're going to be in the fleet until 2050. And we believe that will require us to run on hydrogen-based e-fuels. And if we want to accelerate the uptake of hydrogen-based e-fuels in this decade, then we really have to look at how we can retrofit ships to be capable of doing that. And the EU Innovation Fund will be necessary to cover the cost gap, particularly in the nearer term with hydrogen-based e-fuels. And we see that the retrofitting of a vessel for this project is a challenge on cost efficiency if you compare it with land-based decarbonizing of land-based industries. So we feel like we will be below the target, but it is a challenge for maritime sector on cost efficiency. Next slide. Oh, it's coming. Okay. Yeah. So in summary, then, we at Princess believe that we have a strong, innovative and competitive case for significant use of hydrogen-based e-fuels and energy storage for reducing our emissions from our operations. and we will be putting forward an application. We are slightly concerned in some instances that the methodology and core requirements doesn't always match exactly with our operations and decarbonisation of the maritime sector, but we're looking forward to receiving the feedback. And that's all I had for today, but thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Here we go. Thank you very much, Dominic, for the presentation as well. As mentioned, you're going to see, I think, 8 different projects today, and this particular project is for the application for this current call. So that's the aim for this project. Good. In a matter of time, I'm going to head back to Katalin on the next project.
Thank you very much. And our next project is coming from ship owners. And let me introduce Leo Blacksekiar, who has recently joined the FDS as the head of decarbonization of funding, focusing mainly securing funding for large decarbonization projects. He was before joining the FDS, he was Denmark's lead greenhouse gas negotiator at the IMO level, and he holds a PhD in global climate governance. So, Lau, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Let me try to share. Yes, it seems to be working. Great. So this is a very specific project, and what I'll do is I'll first give you some project highlights, and then I'll focus on the different innovations, because there's also in there some questions we're still struggling with. But this is actually our 3rd time to apply, and previous years has not been easy because maritime wasn't included, so you had to compare a vessel to a plant. And we're very grateful that maritime is now in, so it makes it a lot easier. But the question is now, do we apply for a large-scale project like LAST, or as a medium-scale project? And this is due to a question on the CAPEX eligibility criteria versus the amount that you apply for, or the relevant cost of a project differentiates. So we need to look into that a bit more. But anyways, this is an intra-European part-distance project connecting Scandinavia and Western Europe from Gothenburg to Ghent, mainly. It's a part of a bigger door-to-door multimodal transport logistics service, as DFDS is not just ferries, ro-ros, but also the largest e-truck operator in Europe, for example. It's a way of also to enable large customers to reduce their Scope 3 emissions, like Volvo and SSAB, Tata Steel, Netherlands. And for the vessel part, on a tank-to-wake basis, the annual average reduction would be 285,000 tons of CO2e, with the well-to-tank added, and including black carbon. So over 10-year period, the monitoring period, this would mean 3.250 thousand tons of CO2e reduced. So on the project boundaries, the innovation and the funding need. So the technology innovation for this project is the ammonia-powered ro-ro cargo vessels, engines specifically, the propulsion system. But then you add the connections, the green corridor, the land side and the terminal side, warehouses, road and rail, also in the service that we provide. So that's the business plan innovation that we also asked to describe. On top of that, we're asked to describe processes innovation, and this would be all the infrastructure, the handling, the bunkering, the safety processes related to using ammonia as a fuel, not just as a cargo any longer, terminal operations and so on. So that these different innovation boundaries that we then need to really describe closely also in the feasibility study and in the risk management plan as well. But the funding itself is the funding need is for the engines, the propulsion system, the capex there and the opex to buy the fuel, not for the other parts of this project. So you could say that the funding boundary is similar to the technology boundary. So we think that this is a breakthrough innovation in combination with these 3 areas, as it's the world's first large-scale ammonia-powered RoRo cargo vessel. And it's quite some big numbers compared to what's already out there in terms of ammonia-powered vessels. We expect that the engine will be commercially ready late 2025, so we can order the ship in early 26 and then get it in operation by 29. This is so this is new technology in a new segment, the RoRo segment, and it's mature enough to operate from 29. It will not be commercially viable without funding, so that's why we are looking to the Innovation Fund. And it also has high replicability across Europe and also an export potential for the technology. There will also be job growth. The exact numbers is difficult to calculate, but we're getting some of the suppliers to try to estimate what they expect here. For the business plan, it's really this net zero door-to-door multimodal transport logistics service that we're going to provide, or a land plus sea green corridor. It's connecting Scandinavia, Western Europe, enabling customers to reduce Scope 3 emissions. But we will also provide new digital tools for customers to track their emissions. There will be new green premium products for this segment. And the decarbonization of the other parts of this chain will happen faster than otherwise planned if these vessels come in, because it will simply incentivize getting everything in place faster. So it's a breakthrough innovation because it's a new product, new services, new tools in a multimodal setup in this segment. And this will also not be commercially viable without funding for OPEX, as the fuel are still within the next decade just too expensive. There's high replicability and scalability because this is also based on a high demand route between Gothenburg and Ghent. And it's servicing large European freight customers. We can also see that this could lead to modal shift, or at least further decarbonization of road and rail, and job growth as well. For process innovation, there'll be new bunkering infrastructure, equipment in and around Gothenburg and Ghent. There'll be new or adapted guidelines and practices, new or adapted safety procedures, already existing ammonia safety procedures. So we also think that this will help push governments, regulators, and other stakeholders to work together to develop and see adoption of new regulation guidelines, practices, supporting the creation of a new ammonia market for shipping. This will also lead to new training and use of new equipment and know-how. Could also be seen as an export value to the EU. Some tractors. The bonus added value is, of course, that with shipping's increased demand for green ammonia, this will also help decarbonize agriculture, as fertilizers account for, I think, maybe 1/3 of agriculture's emissions. So just an added benefit of this project.
Shareable outside.
Yeah. So just a question of project boundaries and the GHG reference case. Should we use the GHG reference case based on the innovation boundaries like this? So including emissions from the road, rail, the terminal warehouses, or should it be just, you could say, just the funding boundary as the GHG reference case and the emissions avoidance. Yeah, so that's one thing that we're trying to figure out how best to describe with this. Okay, yeah, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we would go for the next presentation from Pablo Campos, who is, yeah, of course, please take the floor.
Yes. Okay, so I would just like to
Sorry, can you
just like to comment. I remember your proposal from the last call, and actually you were above the threshold. You had quite good scores, but you were too low on the ranking list. I would just like to recommend, and I hope that you took the comments of evaluators very seriously as a guidelines what should be improved, because please take this into account. This can really raise your scoring, and we also hope with this now bonus point for the maritime transport that this will help.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So we go to the next presentation to Pablo Campos, who is working for Ronquera Maritima. He has been educated as a naval engineer and naval architect, and please take the floor and present the project.
Well, I will profit this time to thank you, EXA, for giving us the opportunity to be here and to present our project, and CINE and the European Commission to be closer to the maritime transport, which we think it's more than convenient, and hopefully this innovation fund help us decarbonize and accelerate this world. Okay, so we're here to present Vessel. Vessel project is a Junquera project. In the next slide, I will show you Junquera is a Spanish family company group with more than 100 years experience at shipping. And in between Junquera, we have Navinorte, which is the general cargo vessel ship owner that is leading this vessel project. In the company group, we also have EMAS Ingeniería, which is a naval engineering and also specified energy efficient knowledge from other sectors. And together with Navinorte and Junquera, we are developing and we are promoting Vessel project. Please, next. Okay. Vessel is a revolutionary solution for merchant ships whose design and characteristics allow ballast-free navigation. So the main goal of this project and the main innovation is to be able to have a ballast-free vessel, as I will explain later on, at almost any vessel and at almost any size. But we want to represent this and to prove that this is possible at a general cargo vessel, which there is no one at the world without ballast systems, as far as we know. Please, the next. Okay, so the problem is that the ships has been carrying tons of seawater from one place to other in the world with two main associated problems. One of them is transporting this water from one place to another, so transporting microorganisms, as we everybody know, and contaminating the ecosystems from one place to the other. The Ballast Water Management Convention appeared some years ago to solve this problem, at least to try to reduce this problem. But there is another associated problem, which we consider that there is a big lack of efficiency, increasing hull resistance. So fuel consumption, associated costs and emissions are related to this ballast condition navigation, which sometimes represents 40 or 50% of the time of a vessel in a lot of spot markets or tramp markets where vessels cannot be carrying all the time. They have to go from one place to another in ballast condition, and this is affecting emissions in high demand. So the solution is completely eliminate the necessity of ballast water on board an empty vessel, ensuring stability, better performance, less energy consumption, and same operativeness. We cannot affect the operator of the vessel. It has to be the same operation and even better, but reducing consumption and emissions associated. Okay, how can we do this? We have done this ballast-free solution throughout a redefinition and reshaping and resizing the vessel design. Okay, this is affecting weight distribution, this is affecting hull forms, hull shape, and resizing main dimensions of the vessel to be substituted, because it's not a conversion, it's a new build. So we have to think about the necessities of the owner and redefine the vessel. Some associated benefits of this new build, but they are not completely related to the vessel invention itself, but it is nowadays a must in our opinion. It's an integrated electric propulsion with 1 or 2 AC-pool propellers, 100% electric motors. So we can have an hybrid mode based on lithium battery energy storage, and we are open for methanol-ready generators, or even to easily integrate later on in the future steps of the project, changing the energy generation on board. Of course, this vessel should be, will be connected and cloud service in terms of operation, consumption, emissions, and much more. So the connectivity of the vessel will improve a lot comparing to nowadays operation of this kind of general cargo vessels. Please, the next one. Okay, main characteristics and advantages of this solution is about the fuel consumption and emissions, up to 30%, thanks to a better hull resistance performance, only related to vessel design. I'm not including there all the other benefits that we will be finding, like not installing different systems that are completely inefficient nowadays. Another benefit is operation. Loading and discharging operations on a port, costing time, money, and emissions at port will be reduced, because nowadays many of these vessels are affected by ballast and deballast times instead of cargo and discharge timing. And of course, cost reduction in terms not only in operation, but also in new building, which is something that we will not see in the first unit, because shipyards are not so confident to build this kind of vessels than they are to a conventional one. But in a later status, when we consolidate this solution, it will be cheaper, because there is less equipment, there is less tank coating, there is less piping, there is less steel. So this is one of the key targets of this project. We consider less is more, so this will be even cheaper in capex, something that we will not see in the first unit construction. The next one, please. Okay, this is a small video just representing, I don't know if you can give to play. Okay, it's just a quick representation of how the operational times and spending would save time. While the conventional one is taking time to ballast during the discharge of the cargo, the other one is already finished discharge and started the non-ballast voyage to go to another port and charge again. So we save time, money, and a lack of operation at the port. Next one, please. But this is very important in terms of replicability. Vessel is a concept engineering design, allowing its development for not any, but many vessel types and size. This means that we are focused nowadays to demonstrate this solution in general cargo vessels, but we already know that it is viable for cement carriers, for bulk carriers, and for some liquid carriers. And we know it is not viable for a specific vessel which have a very dependence on the ballast tanks. But we can confirm also this is completely scalable and the size of the vessels do not affect too much to this solution. So we can do general cargo vessels from 5,000 tons to 50, and we can do bulk carriers from 8,000 to wherever. So this is very, very replicable and scalable. And we consider that vessel is a new opportunity to recover capabilities and strategic position in naval engineering and shipbuilding, a very strategic market for EU, and that everybody know it is not easy at all to build a vessel, depending on which kind of vessel in Europe. We want to build this first unit in Europe, and we consider small vessels and even medium vessels could be built again in Europe. Why don't we rely on our own engineering, innovation, and sophisticated projects where we will have the know-how? This European know-how has a lot of potential development in different shipping markets and countries. We have protected this unit. I think I'll tell you later. This is the next one. Okay, so the status nowadays is that we have already submitted the patent in Spain, and we have already received the confirmation of 12 utility models in several countries, not only in Europe, as you can see in the presentation. Over 30 NDAs signed with potential collaborators, customers, providers, shipyards, manufacturers, European manufacturers, engineering, and 2 approval in principles ready to be submitted by Bureau Veritas and Lloyd's Register is the actual status. So next presentation, please. So we consider, or we can confirm that we have already developed the complete basic project. Stability check is correct, hull resistance, CFD, seakeeping analysis, detail engineering, model testing, which is very important for us, and the class IAP. So we are ready to go for a complete project class approval, which is a higher operational cost that we are not investing yet. We are looking for project funds. This is the reason why we are here today, because we consider this is we are ready to build the first unit. We know some shipyards where we can develop this project, and the project is probably profitable enough and it's probably bankable enough, but assuming the risk of the first unit of a vessel without ballast for a general cargo vessel in a SMI company like ours could affect seriously the company itself in case something doesn't go exactly as engineering is planned. So we consider this is a part of innovation that we want to share with some funds. We have the complete detail engineering. This is just a GA, but the engineering is completely done, structures, stability, machinery, and everything. Next one, please. And we are sharing some photos of the real model testing that we have already performed at Marine, which is a very, very high known place in Europe to test this kind of vessel. We have done hull resistance. Next, please, hull resistance and seakeeping. Hull resistance has validated our engineering CFD, so we are happy with that results received. And at this for this project, we have received the results and they were quite good, really good. But we have checked, we have seen 2 things that we have to improve right now. So things are going now coming to a very, very detailed solution. Once we solve these 2 things, we will be ready to build. Next one, please. So we are close to our goal, new build a general cargo vessel to demonstrate viability in a European shipyard. And we have some doubts about, again, what is the project, what are the partners. The first unit is 20 million euros in Europe. But again, we don't know if we should focus this strategy as the complete replacement or renewal of our actual fleet, because we really want to renew our fleet. Our fleet is reaching 20 years old, more or less, and we will be happy during the next 10 years to replace the complete 4 vessels, but this would be a budget of 4 times this thing, and step by step, and we don't know if it is more interesting to focus on the first unit grant or looking or considering the boundary of the project, the complete renewal of the fleet without ballast, which we think is very, very innovative. And the next one, just to thank you again, everybody, for your time and interest, and thank you, EXA, for giving us the opportunity.
Thank you very much for the project presentation. I would like to turn to our next presentation and invite Wenche Andersen, Senior Vice President at Kongsberg, focusing on business development. And Wenche has been with Kongsberg for a long time now, but since last year she's sitting also in Brussels quite a lot. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much for inviting us. I will have a fairly short presentation with some highlights of lessons learned and where we are heading, because there are still not 100% decided what to do. So many questions were asked today, which are also relevant for our scope. So first of all, very happy to be here and as part of Kongsberg Maritime to present. Many of you know us. And we are here also as part of our engagement with Sea Europe and also Waterborne. So a very strong connection to Europe. Just very brief, Kongsberg is a large, diverse company in 40 countries around the world. We are a technology company providing from space to subsea. Use the technology to transfer from these divisions have been our core. And we have in the maritime part, we actually have installed our products from bridge to propeller on more than 30,000 vessels and installations. So with that, we are very proud and also very...
presentation is stuck, I think.
Okay, I have changed now. Maybe it's slow. There we go. Okay, it's slow. So I'll... through the minutes, you will see it. Okay, so finished off with the Kongsberg Group, and now it's a new slide waiting for, there we are. So again, we really appreciate the, I would say, experience and the relationship with EU and the fund so far. And one thing is to get the money, but the most important for us is really the partnerships, the learning, access to market, and all of this. And our aim together with others is really to drive and be the technology lead in Europe for digital and green transformation. And I've used the authorship here because we just reported out this week, I would say, a fantastic success after 4 years of work. And as a company, we liked and really like to be part of all these developments with our partners. But most of all, as an industry, we also love when we take it to the market. So we believe that this is a perfect match in the journey of where these technologies should take us then. So we will build on the autonomy part in the next, and I'll show that on the next slide. One thing we have seen, and I think that it goes for all the areas we haven't applied yet, but we have been evaluating 4 areas of projects from offshore wind related, from actually hydrogen, but now we are more into the autonomy. And this has been, there's a lot of complexity, we all know that, but on the other hand, it actually helps us to drive a good business case. So it's kind of 2 sides of the complexity here. But to maneuver in that, there is 100% need to have a good consultancy with you, because we couldn't do it without. And it's not that we haven't used consultancy in the other programs, because you do, and they start to know you and you benefit from that as well. But as a industry player, you're constantly asked how many consultancies should you use and where do you spend your money? So I mean, but this is the fact, and I think this is part of our learning journey about how to deal with it, and maybe we can become better in the future and can manage. But the consultancy are really, really key. Then the timeline is, again, we've had some time now to prepare for this, but April is coming up very shortly. And I must say, with all the webinars, all the learning and everything, we have tried to suck it up and also ask a lot of questions. We can feel the timeline is coming quite quickly. And as I said, we haven't 100% decided, but with the stage we are now, we have seen that we will go for, and that's a picture on the right-hand side. Again, we're a technology provider to, normally we deliver to shipyards, and the shipyard deliver to a operator, an owner. And the ultimate emission reduction monitoring will be by our end customer, so to say. What we have been challenged is how do we really have this type of contract in an application form, and who applies with the normal value chain that we are part of. That hasn't been so easy. So that is why we have been evaluating how to deal with it. And also we see that the vessel operating profile, so it's more like an observation for the owners, that can vary over time, because you have a charter, maybe a short one for 2 to 4 years, and then here you have to measure for 5+. And that could also be a challenge in the way we're set up, again, the nature of maritime industry. But again, with all these evaluation, we have come to now build upon the Autoship, and we have a project together. So we decided to join forces with a company called Reach Subsea and Masterly, which is also co-funded or a joint venture with us for remote operating centers, and Wilhelmsen owned and Kongsberg. And together with us, we have actually now decided that the Reach USV development on the picture on the right-hand side is what we will most likely go for in an application. And what this is about is really, and you can see the shipyard, it's actually inside of the hall here. It's so small. It's 24 meters long, 8 meters wide, and it's an USV unmanned, and it will actually be fueled by biodiesel. We couldn't do a lot of batteries because then it is too small. So there are some disadvantages with that, but we will follow the development of the fuels coming forward and be ready and able for using more of those. So again, to the project, which is more a summary here, decided to go in a partnership. So we should be easier to agree on a contract model of who applies, who are the beneficiary, and how we can have a model together. The big driver here, as you can see, going for the traditional offshore operation today with larger vessel, a lot of manned and the crews, and also the shift work that has been done when it's hectic at the installation and maintenance phases. This is a fully autonomous, smaller vessel, which will be also then fully remotely controlled from the operating center. We really believe in this project. It's been the part of our autonomy journey. So the project will go. We are not dependent, but we would obviously very much like to also test out and work with Europe in these programs. So we believe there's a benefit in being part of the European programs. And as I said, not only for the money, but for the totality of what we enter into. And this will greatly reduce greenhouse gas emission, for sure. There is a lot of calculation behind this. I don't want to go into a lot of numbers here because that will come in the application. But we believe the case is very solid. We believe it's really driving this in the right direction for these kind of, call it vessels or drones, with significant impact to the environment we operate. And not only that, we also see that there is a challenge in our industry when it comes to attractiveness, recruitment of people, aging workers for our industry. So with making it more techy, making it really into this, taking it full to the autonomy, we believe that new generations will tag along and be attracted by these kind of operations for the best of the maritime industry and the oceans as such. So we really believe in the concept as a group, and also for having Europe. As we normally do, we're a Norwegian company, but we really have our market is very big in Europe. And we believe that the technology driver often comes from our home base, and you take it there, you launch it there, and then you go globally. So to us, this is their first 2 vessels that we will build now, and we believe they will be really successful, proven into the market. The next 2 years, we are depending on an assistant vessel for this, but it will only interfere if it's emergencies. So within that time, we will work with the governmental bodies on regulatory parts and everything that follows, going from manned to unmanned. And we should be seeing this in full force then within maybe a couple of years time frame. It's being built. It's going to be launched this year. And we hope also with this, it's a good example. I was asked earlier today about autonomy. We hope it's a good example and can contribute to the journey we're on, and also being very attractive for the globe when it comes to these kind of vessels. So made here in Europe, taken here, but really ambition to be a global player. That's it. So thank you very much. And then I will end with a slide which you have seen before, which has also contributed to a lot of greenhouse gas emission, taking trucks and off the road onto sea. So this is again also part of our journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Viancia. So in the last 4 presentations, we heard some projects that are submitted for the current Innovation Fund call, and we are moving into the next session where we are sharing with you some projects who are planning to submit for the next calls. So please, I would like to give the floor back to Sasha and Clea to present their next case.
Thank you very much. And the next presentation is from Matthew Petiteur, who is online today. I hope he can hear us. And he has been in the shipbuilding space for many years. His knowledge goes back to his work at Chantier de l'Atlantique and recently designed the wonderful ships of Ponant Luxury Cruising. Matthew is a new building director and R&D specialist for Ponant. And this is a second application. So basically they've applied already once before. That's the second time that they're applying, and they've received AIB project assistance for this project as well, and this is focused on wind-assisted propulsion. So I hope, Matthew, you can hear us as well. Let me know if you want me to share the presentation or if you will do it yourself.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Do you hear me and do you see my presentation?
We can see your slides, but we cannot hear you yet.
You don't hear me? Do you hear me? Sorry. Hello? Hello, do you hear me? Hello, do you hear me? Hello? Hello, hello? Hello, do you hear me? Hello, do you hear me?
So I think it should work now, Matthew, if you want to try it one more time. I think we have lost Matthew now. Matthew, from our side here, it should work now. So if you want to give it another shot, I think it was actually a problem on our side rather than yours.
Hello, hello, do you hear me?
Now it works perfect. Thank you.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, it works perfect now.
You hear me?
You hear me? Yes, yes.
We do hear you. Do you hear us?
Yes, that's fine. Okay, sorry for that, and sorry to not be with you today physically. So, yes, I will share with you. So, first of all, Ponant. Ponant is a French cruise company that is operating 13 cruise vessels, small size, about 200 guests in the expedition market. And yes, we submitted a project last year to the Innovation Fund called 22. And I will share with you our feedback of our application to this Innovation Fund 22, which choices we had to do, what were the main points of attention and the important mechanism that we need that need to be well understood for such a project and such application. The fact that today there is a maritime, a specific call for maritime and a specific methodology for the maritime that has been developed, and we appreciate a lot because it will simplify a lot of things. And what was the outcome of this 22 call that will, at the end, strengthen our next call? So a few words about the project. The project is about a net zero emission vessel, is how can we build today in the coming years, before 2030, how can we build a cruise vessel that is able to reach at the end a net zero emission. The code name of this vessel is SWAP20. It stands for Sustainable Wind Assisted Propulsion and Zero Emission Ready Vessel. This concept, that is not only today a concept, that is a real project, is based on three main pillars. Reduce the energy needs. This is the sobriety. Optimize the use of the energy on board. This is energy efficiency. And how to improve the use of renewable energy on board a vessel using mainly the wind and also solar panels and renewable fuels. The main innovation of this vessel is based on the multi-energy model that is combining different energy sources with different converters for dedicated consumers. It is a perfect equilibrium between several new technologies and energies that combine all together will be able to reach this target of net zero emission. So we will use wind propulsion and also hydro generation, solar panels, fuel cells of different kind, PEM technology and SOFC technology, using different kind of energy on board, liquid hydrogen and methane or synthetic methane, a carbon capture system that will be developed specifically for this project, and a completely new and innovative power management that is able to combine the energy output from several different sources. The final goal of this project is to demonstrate that we are able now to build a transoceanic passenger vessel with 1 month of autonomy, with a 50% of wind contribution in the propulsion mix, without any generator connected on the grid. The fact that we are developing such a big amount of innovative technology altogether is because we are able to do it due to the size of the ship, and we are able to do it because we bring with us a lot of players like classification society, shipyard, suppliers, makers, and energy providers. Everybody working on such a concept is working and improving a lot of knowledge. So our feedback about the 22 Innovation Fund call, the first step was to select the correct project we should apply for. The small scale, it was at that time small scale and large scale. And we have even a doubt about the fact, does the maritime industry or maritime project were included or not in the Innovation Fund 22, but it was confirmed to be the case. So we applied, but there was no specific methodology at all and guidance available for specifically for the maritime. So this is a new thing for the 23 call, and we appreciate it. So which one we should select? We went for the large scale project. And within the large scale project, which one do we have to select? General decarbonization or mid-size deep decarbonization? The only way to be able to select one or another one was to have a clear understanding of which were the selection criteria for both of them. Comparison between them just highlighted that there is a technology maturity level, minimum level that is required for the mid-sized and for the general. The cost efficiency is quite different. The limitation of the grant is not the same at all, and the weight of the innovation award criteria is quite different, as well as the project operating years. On our case, we choose to because our technology is quite innovative and our technology readiness level was above 5 but below 7, we chose to go for the mid-size pilot. Now, what does it imply to apply to an innovation fund? It implies a real hard work and a big investment of all parties in the project. There are many documents to be filled, quite big. For example, one of the biggest is a form part B, 80 pages. It seems a bit high, but in fact, you have many things to explain, and at the end, you are limited, and it's a bit short to be able to perfectly describe in each detail the concept and the project that you are proposing. So in order to be able to fill up all those application forms, the mandatory annex and also the optional annex, it requires a lot of work and assistance. That's why you need absolutely to be guided and supported by experts to do so. And it was our case, and we have been supported by a group, In Extenso Innovation Croissance, that was able to guide us through the building of all this documentation and also the choices that we had to do. Another thing is that internally, inside the company, it requires also hard work coming from several departments and during 3 full months. R&D department, my department, but also the finance, the product and the marketing side, and the communication department. So it is really a hard job and invest a lot of people to do that. Another important point was GHG emission avoidance calculation. We need to understand how the mechanisms are done, how to fill in the form, and at that time there was no specific method for the maritime industry. So it was a bit difficult to find how to fill up this calculation method. And we have used the renewable energy method for that, comparing with the reference scenario that was a vessel with the same power as the one we are proposing. And then what is important to know, to have in mind is the relative GHG emission avoidance that for our case was calculated to be above 85%. That should be a minimum reach a value of 75%. And this relative GHG emission avoidance is used after that to calculate your score, and the score weight is quite high, it's 5 points. So in the 23 innovation call, there is this dedicated method for the maritime industry with specific conversion factors that are indicated in this methodology. And there are some references also made to the Fuel EU and the RED II that can help us to fill up this form. And it is in a tank-to-wake approach. Important to notice that the GHG emission avoidance should be minimum 50% for the general and 75% for the pilot. The good thing is that this for this 23 call, the maritime industry includes all the new innovative technology that now are coming on the market, like the wind propulsion, the fuel cells. All those new technology can be integrated. And something also new is the fact that the black carbon has to be accounted also. And this is for sure very helpful when we are talking about disruptive technologies like fuel cells that do not produce any black carbon. Of course, be attention on the minimum 75% of GHG saving that should be reached during the project operating period. So there is this margin of 25, but we have to demonstrate, and this is, I think, the goal, to demonstrate that what we propose will be reached. Then about the relevant cost calculation, not an easy item, but quite important. We have used the reference plant methodology for the Innovation 20 call. We received quite a good score. And we have to know that the relevant costs that are used to determine the maximum Innovation Fund grants, limited to 60% of the relevant costs. So today, with the 23 call, we have two options. We notice that there is a change here, and that now there is no reference plant. That is the default methodology recommended for all projects, and the reference plant, that is the fallback option. As I said, in 22, we used the reference plant. So now it is more or less asked that we change our methodology applied in 22 with a new methodology for 23. And this is, in fact, a question that we have. Is there any preferred methodology for the maritime industry? And the fact that we used previously the reference methodology, can we change, or do we have to change it? Do you still hear me?
We do still hear you, and we are listening carefully.
Thank you. So about the cost efficiency calculation, so there is a minimum threshold between that should be reached, and this threshold is different between a general and a pilot, and is depending on the requested grant that you have selected. This cost efficiency has a very high impact at the end on the award score. So here is a calculation. The threshold was a 600 euro per ton of CO2 equivalent in 22. It has been lowered to 200 for the call 23. And for the pilot, it is still and remain at 2000. Important is also to notice, to enter into the detail of what is included into this requested grant, the fact that we need to include potential other public support, and that the accumulated GHG are the GHG avoided over a period of 10 years. At the end, the mechanism is you build the relevant cost that will give you the maximum requested grant that you can ask for. Then you select the one that you want. You add on top the GHG avoidance that you have calculated with your project, and it gives you the cost efficiency. And the score of this cost efficiency is on 12 points. So it's a very high level of very high weight for this cost efficiency calculation. So the way the score is calculated is coming from those tables for the general and for the pilot. So I highlight that it is new score, new amount for the Innovation 23. It's not anymore 600, but 200. And at that time, just by looking at this criteria, we could have selected one or another one because our score was at 400. But today, with the 23 call, we could not apply to the general due to this score. But of course, this is not the only criteria that we have to look at to select general or pilot. Then this is the table of the award criteria of 22. What I just said is that the cost efficiency ratio at with the score at 12 is a very, very important item that we should take care. And the weight also of the score of the mid-size pilot is something important to take into account based on the fact that with the mid-size pilot, the technology readiness level is at 5 minimum. So we noticed that For the maritime industry, in 23 call, there is a new bonus for the maritime. That's good. And we have to demonstrate, of course, the potential to decarbonize the maritime sector. And there are other GHG avoidance bonus point if we demonstrate that we have other way to reduce GHG in our project. So at the end, we received the evaluation summary report that explain what was the general score of your project and the attained score for each criteria. And you have comments and an analysis that is done for each criteria that helps you to better understand how the score was done and what are the weak points of your project, so that you may improve your project and apply with a stronger file. So here is our evaluation summary report, just copy paste, but just to highlight that the score of the project was quite good, 74.5 on 90. It was a good score, but there was one criteria for the technical maturity that was just below the threshold. And even with a good score, even if the degree of innovation was quite well noted, we were below this threshold, and so we were not selected. So we know that now we have to bring more details, more evidence to strengthen this criteria of technical maturity, and the demonstration will be done for the next call. What was good is that the criteria to get the project development assistant have been fulfilled, and it will help us to improve the maturity of the project for the next call. So the Ponant project has been awarded with the PDA by EC, and we are currently working with EIB on the scope of studies. So the content of this project development assistance is the scope of studies that we discussed together, that is supposed to strengthen the weak point. We determine there is a certain amount of hours of studies that have been allowed and assigned for this project. And this is what we are discussing right now with EIB in a formal contract. What is a bit difficult at this stage is that we are not perfectly aligned with the result of those studies and the application deadline of the Innovation 23. So we hope we'll be able to benefit from those studies in due time before we could apply again and before April. I hope I was clear enough. That's not an easy subject, but thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And our colleagues from SINA would like to come back on this project. Please take the floor.
First of all, thank you very much. You explained, I think, very well, even going into the details on the calculation. So I think you've done it better than us. It's very, very useful feedback, absolutely, for us as well. You had a question on the methodology and the change in methodology. Indeed, there is a change from last year call, and our idea was to simplify and to definitely make things easy. And I hope everybody understood that message. Obviously, you applied previously with a methodology that was applicable for last year. And now, please apply the rules and templates as for this year. If there is a change in methodology, definitely the default option is very clear, is a no reference plan, with a reference plan methodology to be used only in very specific conditions, and you have to make sure that you comply with those conditions. It might not be the case for what were the conditions in the previous years. So I would suggest to look back into that and look at it with new eyes, I would say. Okay. So I hope that clarifies your concern on that, at least.
Thank you. That's clear. Yeah, thank you for your answer.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello. No, probably not.
Can you still hear us?
Yes. From my side. Yes.
Hello.
I will pass to the next one.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I think he can hear you. It's just
Okay, if you can hear me, I wanna explain a bit. I mean, you had really good scores in the last evaluation, and I hope that it's clear to you why you failed. I don't want you to think that you failed because you included all of these technologies in your project. It's just that you did not very well explain how they will be progressed and how they will fit with one another.
Okay.
Okay, good.
So we will enter into more details explaining how each technology integrate a single unit as a new energy model. Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm. And please apply again. And good luck.
Thank you. We will.
Thank you very much. Then we are going to the next presentation, and I would like to invite Marion Castellens from the Port of Rotterdam. Marion is a project leader on the Condor Hydrogen project, and she has a background on project management, both in Europe and beyond, and she has been leading on climate positive solutions. So the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Apologies. Good afternoon. Yeah, I will present an example, which is some projects that should be leading to absolute zero emission shipping. So no reductions, but really the focus is on zero emission. Indeed, I represent here the Port of Rotterdam, but I also represent a consortium, which is called Condor H2, with the steering group partners of the Port of Rotterdam, but also the province of South Holland in the Netherlands, Rabobank, and the Waterstofnet, which is a Belgian entity. So I think we are all aware of the targets that the EU has set for transportation and for shipping, even though they are not very specific for shipping towards 2050. So the target for ships for 2030 is that zero-emission vessels will become ready for market, and which can be interpreted in different ways. And by 2050, we aim for a 90% reduction. And also the subtext in the Green Deal indicates that this is pretty hard for certain sectors, of which we are one. So I wanted to also make this as a little bit personal. So last May, I was camping in this location on the River Maas in the Netherlands with my then 7-year-old daughter. And we were enjoying the nice weather and the nature, and we were just there on the shore next to the river. During the day, we were really enjoying those ships passing by. It's really nice to see. I've been working in this sector for 5 years, not such a long time, many of you much longer. But I have already, you know, every time I pass now a ship, I always have to check what it is and what it's doing, etc. So it was really beautiful to be there. But then in the evening, and you can see the tent, we were next to the water. It was not that nice anymore because those ships, they stink, they are noisy, and you can even feel them passing by. And these are very small ships. So for the last 4 years, 5 years, I had been working on making ships zero emission, specifically for the inland shipping sector. And I thought that was really about climate, right? But I also realized that it's about much more than that. These ships, they go through nature. There's people working on them. There's animals next to them. There are animals underneath them. So it's about making them silent and really clean. So it actually motivated me even more to work even harder. If you look at the inland shipping sector, which is what my project is mostly about, you see here a kind of, this is from the CCNR annual report, just from a few months ago, the number of ships that we have. So in total, it's about 15,000 ships. On the right-hand side, you see the age of the ships. And you can definitely see that a lot of these vessels are very, very old. Now, what does that mean? On the left hand, here again, you see that first indication. And then if we look at the dry cargo and liquid cargo vessels, it's about 12,500. If you look for that subsection at the renewal of the fleet over the last 6 years, only on average 73.5 new ships per year have come into the fleet of 12,500 ships. So if we would keep the current new renewal rate and from now onwards all ships would be built zero emission, it would take us over 150 years to make this fleet zero emission. That's a very long time. I think we have other targets, right? So I try to put it also in some graphs. So on the right here, you see that at the current, in yellow or orange, you see the current conversion rate. And you see the blue line is the average number of ships that we should be cleaning if we want to be zero emission by 2060. That's quite a gap, as you can see, because we have to move from 37.5 to about 400 a year. But of course, that's not going to start tomorrow. So if we would build this up, then at some point we would need to reach about 1,000 ships per year to be cleaned, let's say, while we are now cleaning about 3 a year, completely zero emission, or not even 1. So we have quite a big challenge, and we really need a very serious breakthrough. There's one other option that we have, and that is to reduce the fleet. But we also have a modality shift target in Europe. So we actually want to move from the road to the water. There could be some consolidation, though, in the sector. However, the good news is zero emission sailing is already possible. This is the first ship that is currently sailing between the Netherlands and Belgium, 100% on hydrogen since May last year. And it's a ship from Futureproof Shipping. And their second ship will be launched next week, in 1 week time. So it is possible. The technology is there. And the technology is also there for battery electric ships, actually, for shorter distances. So I was asked also to put this a little bit into perspective towards short sea and deep sea. So I tried to summarize, but I can't go through all the text. But there are quite some differences, right? So, of course, inland ships are much easier technically to make zero emission because they run very short distances. They have low energy requirements, low propulsion requirements. So unless they have to go on very steep parts of the river. So it's generally technically easier to do this. And the technology is already available. However, the challenge there is that it's a lot of family businesses. They typically see their ship as a home, so it's their house. They actually have a mortgage on it, which makes it very risky to invest in these new technologies. It's actually a way of living, right? Especially for the older generations. Now, if you look at short sea shipping for the EU, the fleet is a little bit smaller. There's also a shorter lifetime. They have a shorter lifetime, the ships typically. The routes are medium distance, and in principle, the technology is already available for some of these ships and some of the routes. There's still a few smaller companies, but most of them have a small fleet, and typically the companies have more like equity capital and more like a business-like approach. So for them, it would be easier to actually invest in new technologies. Now, if you look at deep sea shipping, I think a lot of you know this. Sorry, there's a delay, I think, online. That's really, of course, far more challenging to go really zero emission. As we saw in the last project, we are getting there, but that would also really be a first off, right? With all that new technology on board. So what I actually wanted to, this has changed a little bit, the setting, but I think it's important to see that we could use the inland shipping sector to basically learn how to go zero emission. It's not the only way, because we cannot just copy and paste, because we need different energy carriers, etc., but it's still a way to learn. It's a kind of, I can't say that when I'm in the inland sector, but it's kind of like a playground, we could see it, to try to test things, and then we can extrapolate towards the short sea and then towards deep sea. So how to move to a zero emission? I want to keep this slide a little bit short. Sorry, it's again delayed, I think, online. But basically, I see two different routes, right? We often talk about net zero, CO2 neutrality, but we really have to be very clear on what we are going to. Are we moving towards zero emission? Yeah, it's delayed. Are you seeing?
Yeah, I see.
Oh, okay. Are we going towards zero emission, or are we going towards CO2 neutrality, where we can use biofuels? And with the current targets that are set, that distinction is not very clear. This is the first solution. It's also the solution that was used for the first ship that was running largely zero emission. It was introduced about 2 years ago. It's Zero Emission Services. Also, the Port of Rotterdam is part of that company. They have introduced battery packs, so containerized batteries, which for inland shipping it's possible, can be swapped at an inland terminal. The ship can take on new energy on board, and then it can sail on, basically. So how does that work, and why did they choose battery containers? So there are certain reasons why container swapping is possible in inland shipping. Of course, because it, especially for very short routes, you need little energy, relatively. But still, charging a 1 megawatt battery takes about 3 hours. So most ships don't really have that time to wait. Then also the battery swapping allows for a pay-per-use concept, which removes the largest investments from the ship owners. They only need electric propulsion on board, but if you can add a battery on the back, which you pay pay-per-use, you have a relatively low investment. And also the battery containers have a triple kind of potential earning model for grid balancing, electricity price dips, and also selling energy to the ship owner. But there is a very strong need for infrastructure, right? So there's a need for charging locations in the key sea and inland ports, at terminals with container lifting equipment. And it has been a very big challenge to find the right places in ports where they can actually have the right grid connection. And also, it needs to be attractive enough for the businesses in those ports that are at the shore to invest in this and to make space available. So as long if you have only 1 or 2 or 3 ships, no terminal or very few terminals are interested in actually investing in such technology. So that is, again, we always talk about chicken egg, but indeed, again, it's a chicken egg story. Where do we start? So infrastructure is crucial. And also what I wanted to highlight, because sometimes we don't even talk about shore power anymore, but also shore power is crucial in many locations, and it can also help ships become clean and also charge if we make them, upgrade them a little bit so they can sail also part of the trip zero emission. This project, Zero Emission Shipping, has received funding from the Netherlands government last year, and now there's actually subsidy applications open. So some ship owners are starting the applications, and the target is to have 45 inland ships sailing with this technology by 2030. Now we move towards hydrogen. So basically the current hydrogen solution for inland shipping that we foresee, and also maybe partly for short sea, is this one. So again, it's containerized. It can be swapped at a terminal. The hydrogen fill or move to the fuel cell, and it will be converted, of course, to a battery and then electrical propulsion, and the ship can sail on. The idea is, though, that those tanks will not be filled at the terminal, but they will be trucked to a nearby hydrogen production site, green hydrogen, of course. There, the tank can be filled and it can be moved back to the terminal where the next ship can be again supplied with the necessary hydrogen. It's very similar, but hydrogen is very different from electricity in a battery. So there's a lot of other challenges that we have. So first of all, why tank-container swapping versus fixed tanks on ships? Basically, one of the reasons is that fixed, so at the terminal, filling of high quantities of hydrogen is not approved yet for safety reasons. But also, again, filling a tank will take quite some time, and the ships typically don't want to wait. Then a fixed filling station would also need to be linked to a hydrogen pipeline. And these hydrogen pipelines don't really exist yet in many cases, but also the hydrogen in the pipeline is gray at this moment, which means higher emissions than diesel, and also that the hydrogen needs to be filtered for a PEM fuel cell. Then there's also challenges of investing in these places. But there's also it's also a matter of flexibility, right? That we need several locations. We don't know which routes the ships are going to sail. So you want to have some flexibility while scaling up. So this is one of the reasons why swapping was chosen. As we see later, this has a very important cost impact. There's also still a need for infrastructure. Some of the terminals actually need to add some dedicated equipment because otherwise, for safety reasons, but also because they need to deliver a certain service level. Just very simply, if another ship is unloading 200 containers and a ship with hydrogen tanks passes by, you can't just remove the ship with 200 containers and the hydrogen ship gets preference, right? But that ship still wants to be able to swap the tanks within half an hour. So it's all those kinds. So it's also service, also very relevant. Again, also shore connections, if the ship is electrified, can help. And of course, when higher numbers of ships would be sailing, then we can move towards a fueling on the shore, right? So next to the water, either with compressed maybe or with liquid hydrogen, hopefully in the future. So now more specifically about Condor, this project. So we have not applied for European funding yet, though a previous project, which was also a Rhine project. Rhine is a network, as you can see on this picture, within Europe. A previous project was part of an IPCEI process, and I think the experience was quite similar to what I heard earlier today, because all the formats and all the technical files, etc., really didn't fit a shipping project, right? It was basically made if you want to build a factory. And I think a previous version of the Innovation Fund might have been the same. So it's really important that indeed the format of this kind of application forms, etc., are customized for this different sector.
Can I just
yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, they were above the threshold. Quite a the project.
No, we actually didn't submit it.
No, but this project you were.
But in IPCEI it was not submitted in the end. No. Yeah, no, it's okay. We didn't go through. Yeah. So, so there are already a number of ships in the pipeline, right? They are listed here on this slide. In green, already sailing. The next one is next week, and there are quite some pilots on the way. Now, the question for our project is, okay, there's plenty of demonstrators. How to make this scalable? So the mission of the project is, or the vision, sorry, first, is really to make zero emission shipping competitive before 2035. And it is possible. And this would be required to actually achieve near zero emission shipping by 2050. The mission is to accelerate this transition by 5 to 10 years by advancing collaboration between many different partners, because also, as Pablo said earlier, there are so many partners involved. And the actual goal of the project, what we actually want to achieve, is to remove the hurdles that are currently in place. And there are many. So these are some of the hurdles that we indicate here. So first of all, things need to become modular. And we have said electrification should really be the no regret option. So that's one. Secondly, we are facilitating the necessary regulations. Our project is represented in the creation of the rules for hydrogen storage now within CESNI, but also policies need to be changed. Then thirdly, we are looking at how we can reduce and facilitate the investments for the ship owners, because especially if you want to expand, the smaller companies will come into play, and yeah, they don't have a lot of funding. Fourth, we want to facilitate an open and flexible hydrogen supply market, which is also something which is not the case at this time. We will create a market-neutral container pool. I will get back to that later. And yeah, we will be supporting the construction and retrofit of 50 inland and a few short sea ships. So I will not go into this full picture so much, but if you, at least if it's, yeah, it's up on the other screen. So there are basically 7 work packages, and some of them are more supportive and some of them are really technical. And we have chosen for now to focus on a few of them, because also because of limited funding. So first of all, we have a lot of work to do to get the partners, to work on stakeholder management, but also we look at all the funding options. We have been putting a lot of effort into the financial aspects. So we have now created a business case for an average ship, which has actually been now, there's a credit application outstanding with the bank, just as an example to see whether it can be financed. And in the work package 4, which is on hydrogen supply, a lot of work has been done on standardization and the regulation of the hydrogen storage. On the right-hand side, you see a new work package 7, which is called market premium. But because we have been going through the business case, which I will get back to in a bit, we have realized that we can never, ever achieve this without getting a premium from the market. So we are working there on creating an insetting platform. Now, I will not go into too much details, but this is the current consortium. It's 51 partners, quite large. Many hydrogen suppliers are involved, also shipping companies, technical suppliers, but also some relevant northwestern ports. You can see that the focus is still very much on the ARAG area, and there's also some other key stakeholders. So what's the cost, right? So if we look at 50 ships, of which then 5 would be short sea, we're talking in total about 420 million euro capex investment, and that is divided in kind of 3 blocks, even though the block 2 and 3 are kind of joined together because they're on the ship, and block 1 is more for the container pool. And you can also see, if you look well, that the container pool cost is as high as all the adjustments on the ship. So the containment of the energy is a very expensive element, and that's just on capex. Now we go to really a business case. We worked out the TCO model based on this with these high-level assumptions. So it's just Rotterdam Duisburg. It's a standard 110-meter ship. Additional investment on the ship itself is 5 million. Tanks will be in a centralized pool, and there's certain additional OPEX cost. We have created 2 scenarios. One is no subsidy, and the other one is 50% capex on all the additional cost. So if we look here on the left, we see the no subsidy scenario. So over 20 years, such a ship would cost more or less 23.2 million extra to the ship owner or the party renting the ship, because it's including the hydrogen cost. As you can see, 50% of the cost is additional OPEX just for the hydrogen. This assumes a hydrogen price now starting at 12 and reducing to 5, or what was it? I have to check. I think it says here, reducing to 5 euros in 20 years. On the right-hand side, you see a 50% capex subsidy scenario. So the capex subsidy would be more or less 4.5 million, but you see a reduction of more than 7 million in the total cost over 20 years because of the financing bit. You see also on the left that the cost of the tanks is about 17%, but also related costs to the tanks is very high. Now, if you look at the business case, the high-level indication, and this is with the same assumption, and of course there's a lot of sub-assumptions beneath it, but you can see that we are around 2030, 2037 with 50% capex subsidy. The MGO, so that's the diesel line, starts crossing the hydrogen line. But we really have 10 years to survive, basically. Right? So this gap is not going to be closed for the next 10 years. But if we want to move in this direction, if we want to move towards zero-emission shipping, we'll have to close that gap at some point, right? Whether we do it now or in 5 years, the gap will not close unless we do it. So the high-level business case assumptions, it's still 150 to 250% more expensive than fossil fuels or biofuel. A large part is related to the high price of the hydrogen, but also the hydrogen storage has a very significant part of the costs. And if you would not use a central pool of these tanks, the cost will even increase by another 10 to 15%. So creating a pool will be very crucial for the reduction of the investment, number of tanks needed, but also the logistics cost. So I'm concluding with what do these kind of zero-emission shipping initiatives need? And I put them in 2 blocks, even though we are mostly talking today about the top one, the subsidies. So it's crucial that the capex subsidies are still large enough for these first investments, even though they're not demonstrators anymore. We are going towards scaling, but scaling doesn't mean that the costs have reduced, right? Because demonstrators in shipping mean 1, 2, or 3 ships, but you need many for the cost to be reduced. And they should be on the actual investment, not on depreciation during the project period, especially if the project period is very short, which we have seen in some European arrangements too. For the scale-up period, compensation for additional OPEX is also crucial, which hopefully is possible in Innovation Fund. And if not, then cargo owners somehow will need to be forced to pay a premium, right? Also the TRL levels, and we have actually been looking, my colleagues is over there, we have been looking at the current innovation call, and we keep on struggling with, would this project be eligible in the current call, right? Because if you look at the TRL level, we're not there because we're not at TRL 5 or 6 or 7 or 8, 9. But we still have the same challenges as some other projects, I think, that are lower TRL levels. So just making a TRL level a criterion is not going to help. It's also crucial that we get project development assistance and also management funding, right? Because we need to somehow a centralized approach so that we are not reinventing the wheel every time. That's what we see currently with the demonstrator projects. one is doing it, they're hardly sharing anything with the next one. They're making the same mistakes or new mistakes. So we really want to make sure that the knowledge builds up and that we can execute the projects as efficiently as possible. So my last point, which is maybe not the right one for the room, but it's also crucial that policy measures are supporting and stimulating zero emission shipping. If policies stimulate the use of non-zero emission fuels, the competition is still going to be very hard. So those are my last comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, of course, please.
Thank you very much. A very interesting project. Really, I really enjoyed listening. Okay, so you said you're struggling with your application, and you say that you are below, I don't know, TRL 5, 6. Did you consider maybe applying part of your project for the pilot? So maybe you try with the one vessel at first?
Yeah, the reason why we didn't apply for pilot projects is because there are already pilot projects. They're mainly, oh, sorry. Sorry. The reason why this project was created is actually to move from the demonstrators and pilots towards scaling. And there are, as I have put also in the list, there are already quite a number of pilot projects. So this is why we said, okay, we're not going to apply for pilot. We would like to apply for the full funding. One of the other challenges that we have is, so one of the challenges there to really understand, and my colleague is over there, Raymond, who has been looking at it, you know, we have been discussing, and I've been discussing with so many people, would it be eligible or not, etc. So that's one of the questions. The other one is that also the investment you have to do for an application is another very important challenge for us. These are all small companies involved, right? Okay, there are some bigger names on the list, but actually the front runners are small companies, either startups or really inland shipping companies. And they cannot come up with 100,000, 200,000 euros to think maybe we get some funding. It's just not going to work, right? So we have to join forces, but then even then it's hard to get the funding ready. Yeah, the funding to apply, I have to say, yeah. Yeah.
Maybe I would like to comment on the part on the CapEx type of subsidy and the OpEx subsidy, since you kind of separate them. Yeah. Just to clarify that for Innovation Fund, it's not a grant that is allocated to CapEx or to OpEx. Again, we use this concept of relevant cost. So you have to consider the entire project lifetime and CapEx, OpEx, maintenance CapEx revenue. So the entire business model. So I hope that is clear. And of course, I don't know if there are other types of support that are given at national level that would be compatible with the Innovation Fund to consider that. But definitely it's important to consider the scaling of the project and where it would fit. Just a separate comment that might help everyone here, of course, is crucial to see or to select the window where you would apply. Is crucial to have a very clear determination of what is the CapEx value. And I hope it's more clear this year as compared to last year. And the previous presentation, we've seen all the thinking process that went into that. And considering the total value of the project, total CapEx of the project as it's defined in the relevant cost methodology. So I hope it clarifies if there were any other questions on that. But very interesting project and presentation, absolutely. And we want to see, of course, this collaboration between the different partners. We had the example also from Kongsberg, very revealing as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Without further ado, I give back the floor to Clea. We have one more presentation on projects. I'm sorry we are running out of time a little bit, but if you bear with us for another bit and then the conclusions, then we will conclude the day soon. Thank you very much. And Sasha, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And the next presentation is by Uku Metsola. He's the Vice President of Government Relations for the Royal Caribbean Group. He will talk about carbon capture on Royal Caribbean ships having just launched the largest cruise vessel in the world. This project is currently in the drafting phase, and the company has not decided yet if they will apply under the current call or next time. And that's exactly why they are seeking feedback, but Uku will explain that.
Thank you, Sasha. Thank you, everybody. It's a wonderful opportunity to be the last presenter. I can read the room and see that you can all hardly contain your excitement. We started looking into this EIF opportunity seriously last year, and it tells something that our technical experts came up rather quickly with 5 different innovative technologies that could be deployed in one of our new builds. Because we are so tapped into the European shipyards, Meyer Werft is represented here today, and their technology providers, that I do believe that a company like Royal Caribbean has pretty good radars into what is happening in this industrial ecosystem. So we had 5 ideas. We had to limit it down to 1. So I am here to present the winner as soon as we get the slides up.
It's slow. Oh, it's coming up.
Some of us already have it, some of us not yet.
Well, I can read out the headline. We are talking about onboard pre-reaction carbon capture and storage project. And we can go straight into slide 2.
It is sharing, so you gotta go out.
Okay. Right. This may not be easy without the pictures, but I think we can quickly do a verbal summary of it all. So there is a pilot project. First of all, this would be a pilot where through new technology, we would be able to extract hydrogen from methane and capture the carbon in a solid form, thereby avoiding the release of CO2 emissions. Not carbon capture like it's emitted but captured before it enters into the atmosphere, but actually removing the carbon from the LNG or methane before it's even combusted. So this has some wonderful advantages, which are beautifully listed on slide 2, but you can perhaps read it through if the slides are circulated. But the main scope of the project is that it would demonstrate the hydrogen generation on board a cruise ship with an integrated carbon capture system. It would demonstrate carbon storage and offloading infrastructure on board. And it fits very well to the circular economy idea, offering opportunities to use that solid carbon for land-based installations, let's say building of batteries or fuel cells. Thereby, if this system is run by bio-LNG, for instance, this project has the potential of being carbon negative, which is something I wanted to highlight here straight away. Right, I will run through and explain how this project meets the criteria for an innovation fund pilot. Degree of innovation. Well, we think this is beyond state-of-the-art technology. It is first ever marine installation and integration of such carbon capture system on board a ship. Greenhouse gas avoidance potential. Now here, to be clear, if the ship is using fossil LNG, we believe that the system could reach easily 50, perhaps up to 70%, falling short of the pilot project requirement, which is 75% carbon reduction. However, that issue is easily solved by using drop-in bio-LNG to a degree that overall 75 is reached. And as I said, if 100% bio-LNG is reached, this has the potential of actually being carbon negative. So at least we won't get stuck on that 75 criteria. Project maturity, what we can say here is that land-based prototypes exist. This would be about bringing that technology on board a ship.
Since it is something entirely new, I think it would be intellectually awkward to claim that it has a huge level of project maturity. But the wording we chose is that the EIF criteria is within reach. We believe that by the time Commission assesses this and looks into it, this would not be an obstacle or a hurdle, sort of a red flag that would lead this project ending up straight in the bin. Otherwise, we wouldn't be presenting here today. Replicability, it can absolutely be modularized and scaled up to any ship using methane as a fuel. So assuming that the pilot project demonstrates and becomes successful, it could be easily scaled across the increasing number of ships, certainly within the cruise industry at least, that are running on gas. Cost efficiency, here again, I will not go into the details. I will just say that we are already confident that it will certainly satisfy the 2,000 euro per ton threshold. So again, it won't be a red flag. It may not be the most cost efficient project under the broader innovation fund, but again, as typical with pilot projects, we believe that the cost will come down significantly with further development and scale up rather quickly. The bottom line is that I think with some of the EIF criteria, we will pass with flying colors since double points are given for the innovation aspect. We are pretty confident there is nothing that would lead into an immediate conclusion that this project shouldn't be evaluated. So why haven't we yet decided whether we are applying? There's always the but. We are a little bit stuck with one rule. So my last slide, as you can enjoy, explains the challenge, which in our case, and we want to be very transparent about this, we simply don't have time to, play games around this whole question. It is the 30% cold rule. So I will read you what the rules say. When the project concerns investments on ships, those ships must call ports under the jurisdiction of an EU member state or EEA country on regular basis, in brackets, at least 30% of their annual calls on ports, or perform service or support activities in such ports. Now, let's say that we would install this technology, we would have a successful pilot project on a ship that is delivered to us in early spring. And as is often the case, wonderful. We may choose to deploy that ship in Europe. It will make maybe 80% of the port calls during that first year in Europe, sailing from April to October in EU ports, then crossing the Atlantic, and maybe making a small number of calls in late November and December, somewhere in the Caribbean. Again, fantastic. But, our deployment patterns are such that typically the consumers want to have a different ship next year in Europe, and we rarely have the same ship consecutively. Of course, we could do so. It's not unheard of. But the problem is that such a rule restricts our future deployment decisions, which are frankly not driven only on the basis of whether Innovation Fund gave less than 1 percentage point of the overall construction cost of that ship. Besides, as you would understand, there are geopolitical considerations. We used to have a lot of ships in the Baltic. We cannot and would not call in St. Petersburg after Putin's war on Russia. We had 3 ships in Eastern Mediterranean until 7th October. I don't need to go deeper into the Red Sea situation. What this rule is sort of asking us to say that we have a crystal ball and we can commit that this ship will be deployed in Europe towards the end of this decade. And I think many of my colleagues are hesitant because there is nobody in this planet who can give certain assurances in that regard. So the question really is that if we demonstrate that historically different latest, newest ships are typically deployed 30% of their annual port calls in Europe, that gives an indication that we are certainly never going to build this or bring the ship to Europe. It could be 80 or 90% on the first season. But this piece in brackets at least? Is this like an indication or is it like a hard rule? And here I really want to share a 20-second story. There was a high-level seminar on the nature of rules in Europe after the financial crisis, because people wanted to understand why people in Europe look at rules so differently. The German participant said, rules are rules. Look at the 10 commandments, it tells you clearly what you shall not do. Hold on, said an Italian participant. Even the 10 commandments need interpretation, hence the need for the Catholic Church. I'm, by the way, Finland, rather Germanic historically, but I'm Catholic through marriage. So, you know, the question really is, can we do some sort of averaging, or is it really 30% each and every year? Could this project even be seen as an EIF investment into a new technology as opposed to an investment on a ship? Because let's face it, we are not asking for innovation for new propulsion technology. This ship will be built in Europe. We will pay for the ship. And from our perspective, we are kind of asking, can we offer our ship as a vehicle or platform to test very novel European technology instead of looking at this as an investment into a ship? Anyway, these are the sort of questions. I don't know how widely or flexibly this specific rule can be interpreted, but I fear that we are very soon running out of time, although we are well prepared. We will have internal calls like tomorrow that are we going to be full speed ahead and carry on with drafting the actual application by 9 April. But if there is a sort of lingering risk that either it would not be evaluated or potentially even if we got the money would be clawed back if there was some rule that we might not have been able to tick, then it doesn't give us strong incentives to actually proceed and maybe pack our bags. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ugo, and also thank you for your flexibility on not showing the slides, but I think the last slides at least came through. I don't know if you would like to say something around these 3 or 7 presentations altogether before we go to the last bit.
Do you mind maybe?
Oh.
Well, it will be difficult to go through the 7 presentations. I'm just maybe just one point on the on this, let's say, eligibility criteria regarding the well, there are 2 eligibility criteria, let's say, particularly relevant for the maritime projects. On one hand, indeed the 30%, or let's say, calling EU ports at least 30%, with the 30% being the minimum. So of course it can be more than that. And the other one on the when it refers to shipbuilding or refurbishment to be basically located in Europe, well, EEA, so it should be interpreted as EEA. So to some extent, this is an eligibility criteria. So the applicant would need to, let's say, demonstrate that indeed let's say the project fulfills this requirement. I understand that maybe and well, we had a short bilateral before, depending a bit on the let's say on the specific case. There may be different let's say different criteria or records to be submitted to, let's say, so that the project fulfills the criteria. But as it stands, it's a very, I would say, standard requirement that, again, when it refers to the maritime sector, there are these 2 elements that will need to for maritime projects that need to be fulfilled. I think well, maybe generally on the presentation, there is something that I think was mentioned in a couple of the presentations that I would like to also to stress. It was briefly mentioned on the other environmental impacts. So to some extent, there was maybe a lighter reference to it up until now in previous calls on what was then the scalability criteria. Now on the rebranded, let's say, replicability criteria, the potential basically to address these additional environmental impacts is also something that is in a way gain more prominence. So it's and it's again a reflection of the ETS directive, where this reference is in a way particularly mentioned for the maritime sector, but it's in a way it applies across the board, but it's definitely something that is assessed again under the replicability criteria. And maybe my final message would be please take the opportunity now to look at the current call and see if indeed you can already take this opportunity, because we've learned from those of you who have already applied before that even going through this exercise, I understand that indeed it's a cumbersome exercise, intense in terms of resources and costs and so on, but you get valuable input also in terms of in a way, if not successful, hopefully everyone will be successful, but even if not successful, that hopefully will be useful in preparing a second, let's say, a call in the next exercise, if indeed not successful, but hopefully everyone will be. But yeah, that will be my final message.
Thank you very much. Then we will jump to the final bit of today's info session. And the co-organizing association made a summary note on what are the key challenges that we see in the cause, and maybe we can discuss it further, probably not today, but in the coming time. So with the key challenges, I would like to invite Clea to go forward with their points first. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And each association has come up with what are the key criteria or the key challenges on the criteria they have based on their members, based on the type of ship, fuel, infrastructure they are representing. From a CLIA perspective, we looked, and we've got a slide on that if you're just going to click one further. From a CLIA perspective, we did a presentation under the IF expert group sometime back in June 2023. And I think it was Mr. Köhler who said, you've got lots of technologies, but do you know which one you want? Which was quite an interesting comment. So he said there's a multitude of different technologies that we're looking at. And that's the truth. We could see this with Ponant as well. There's different technologies on the ships as such. So the two areas that we struggle with is the GHG emission avoidance and the replicability. And there we said we're going to go back for the next call, which is the future 24-25. So not this one at the moment. So we said we're gonna launch a study, or we're gonna invest in a study where we go back at the funding principles one more time, and we'll look at what we call the proof of concept. We're gonna do first the proof of concept, then the piloting and the scaling. And if I look at the proof of concept, which is precisely that study I'm talking about, that study will combine the current onboard technology that's available for cruise vessels, the fuel infrastructure that's available in Europe per region, and it will map it against the ship itineraries that we have for each ship within Europe. And that includes the inland waterways and ocean cruising. So that means both sides. We're going to combine that. And that will actually give us a plan of the status quo on where we are in terms of technology and fuel infrastructure. And based on this, we will work on 4 side scenarios that really look at the scaling potential per technology, per fuel, per region. And that should answer that question that Mr. Köhler had at that time, because yes, we will come back with a list of technologies, but we will be able to say exactly where we need that technology and where we need the fuel as well. And that will help us by coming back to the IF criteria on GHG emission avoidance, because we can bundle up technologies and the scaling potential, because at the end of the day, we're going to be looking at a sector solution for the cruise industry. And that hopefully will help us on that criteria. That's it from CLIA. Thank you very much. And I'm going to hand over to EXA on the next slide.
Thank you very much. And then we can move to the next slide. We have heard from the projects, from all the speakers today, that one of the main objective is investing in innovation and zero emission vessels. As EXA and the European ship owners, we would like to highlight that we also find very important to bring down the shipping emissions as soon as possible. So for us, that's also a key concept. And we would like to highlight how to get there. Okay, so and this is where we have one of our major points that we would like to make, and we already have heard it from several stakeholders. We have an immense need of closing the price gap between the new fuels, between the zero carbon, the low and zero carbon fuels and the current fuels, the currently used fuels. Just to give you an example, we made a very simple calculation, and right now what we found that even with the ETS pricing, the lowest price gap that exists between RFNBOs is somewhere around 220 euros per ton, but this goes up to 2,000 euros per ton. So it's a huge price gap. So for this reason, we find it very important that we need criteria in course for the maritime industry where we can somehow bridge this price gap, and one of the solutions could be the carbon contracts for difference for the maritime industry. And the other criteria, other point that we really need to establish criteria which encourage the scaling up of the availability of these low and zero carbon fuels to a commercial scale. So this is the main point, and for this reason, we find it very important that we have dedicated calls for the maritime industry and not a general call, because as you saw that we are still struggling, even maybe with the bonus points to get there. So that's one of the main conclusions. And one more remark that I would like to make is the geographical restrictions. We do believe that the geographical restrictions on the maritime project could limit the replicability of the projects. So this is also why, because of these specificities, amongst others, with the maritime industry, special calls would be really needed and necessary. That would be our main message from our side. And I give the floor to our next speaker, and it's I think it's Espoo, so the floor is yours. I think we lost the presentation.
Yeah, I don't see this very much, so it should go back.
Okay. I see it from Sasha now.
Well, it's in a slide there, that's fine.
Okay.
I have it here, but I can't see it.
You should be.
Shall I just?
This is your slide, so we need to go back to Espoo's slide, I think. Okay, thank you.
Okay, great.
No worries. With the tractors, I don't know.
Yeah, there it is. Espoo slide is on, at least on my
on yours
screen. Yeah.
For me as well, so it's coming.
Okay, great. Yeah. No, thank you also from my side for all the interesting presentations of today. Espoo has been part of the DG Klima expert group to assist in the exercise of aligning the Innovation Fund and the Innovation Fund delegated regulation with the new EU ETS. And I think one of the core messages in the new EU ETS decided by the co-legislators is exactly this. So I put the quote here. So the Commission shall give special attention to projects contributing to the decarbonization of the maritime sector, and shall include topics dedicated to that purpose in Innovation Fund call for proposals, including to electrify maritime transport. So I think, or Espoo thinks that it is extremely important to keep this overall goal of decarbonization and electrification in mind when developing the new future calls and hopefully also the dedicated maritime calls. In that respect, we already appreciate the maritime provisions in the current call, but when making the dedicated calls for the maritime sector, I think it's very important to keep the needs and the specificities of the sector in mind. I think the Commission already mentioned today that this is exactly their goals, so it's very positive, but only then we will make sure that the fund is actually accessible and covering the whole sector. Today, I will highlight three very brief priorities that we have from our side, from the side of ports for the future calls. One of it is that so when looking at the award criteria, we are very happy, and also in the context of the expert group, that DG Klima has said that the precise conditions for the different award criteria will be specified for each call for projects. And this is particularly of importance for the innovation criterion, which was also like mentioned by the Port of Rotterdam today. So DG Klima has assured that the precise conditions for the innovation criterion will be specified in the dedicated call, and that it will be possible to adapt the degree of innovation according to the sector targeted. So our plea also today is to make sure that the Commission is indeed sticking to that approach when the future calls are being made. The other thing that is of importance is that the Innovation Fund takes a comprehensive approach, so covering both the ship and the shore side. And this has been in the current call, but also for the dedicated calls, this is very important because the sector is a network sector. We are highly interlinked. So when you want to electrify shipping, you can't do that with the necessary infrastructure at the shore side. And ports are dedicated to do this. Also, for instance, when it comes to indeed OPS, shoreside electricity, but there are remaining challenges where innovation or like innovative solutions are needed. Indeed, related to the capacity of the electricity grid, lacking business cases, space in ports is very limited. So for all these issues, innovative solutions are needed, and they should be recognized in the future calls. And then finally, I will conclude with one last final remark, is that so as I said earlier, to keep this overall goal of decarbonization and electrification of the maritime sector in mind, and to make sure that the fund also supports projects that have been proven effective in terms of emission reduction and overall climate impact, but must be improved or scaled up even further through further innovation. I think that is very important. With that, I will end. Thank you very much. Giving back the floor to Katalin.
Thank you very much. And then we go to Freeport. I think you need to move. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Is this microphone? Yes. Okay, perfect. So thanks a lot for all the interesting presentations so far, and for having the opportunity to speak here at this session. It was already mentioned by ESPO and by the Port of Rotterdam that in ports we have an important challenge when it comes to electrification. The onshore power supply was already mentioned. But also other transport users in the ports, for example, trucks need to electrify, and also terminal operators will need to electrify. Technologies in our case is already there. However, what we hear is that to really reach a tipping point and to reach massive deployment, time is still needed, and there are challenges regarding affordability. But also regarding deployment, because the technologies need to be deployed together with the onshore power supply, which will go along with space constraints. And also we need to have efficient solutions for example, the battery swapping, the recharging of the equipment that is used to handle cargo in ports. So for us, the key message is, do not only look at the innovativeness of the technology, but also at innovative solutions to actually deploy technology, taking into account the needs of all port users. So I will keep it to that, being mindful of the time.
Thank you very much. And then we are moving to Sea Europe.
Thank you, Katalin, and I'd like to take this opportunity to also thank EXA for
hosting the event today. I think we had a good exchange of views and also very valuable information provided by CINEA and the Commission. So thank you for that. And also, I think it's remarkable to see the well-attended event of today. I believe it shows the interest of the maritime sector to get involved in the current call, but also in future ones. And we believe it's also important to underline that maritime project specificities have been increasingly recognized in the current call. It's a good step ahead, but we would like to go a step further by defining a specific maritime envelope or calls, where actually maritime project proposal will be competing against each other only. This is at least what C-Europe is contemplating. As you know, we are representing the maritime technology sector, which comprise both the shipyards, so the production site, and the equipment manufacturer side. We think it's also important when maritime projects are being assessed, that the high financial risk linked to the high technology innovative maritime project, this needs to be properly assessed. And in this respect, we think it's important to have this proposal assessed by experts that understand the intricacies of the maritime industry. And it was also mentioned today that the innovation should not be considered in isolation with other existing programs. We mentioned the Horizon Europe 1. We think we could have could see a clear link between the low TRL program, like Horizon Europe, and that then proven project under Horizon Europe could have an advantage to be demonstrated under the Innovation Fund, of course, always in respect of the intellectual property. And I mentioned also the high-level financing risk, and in order to have also much reward of such a project, one of the challenge for us is actually the consistency in the operating profile of the ship over time. You know, the operating profile of the ship can change every 2-4 years, and it means that we need also continuity in the measurement of the emission reduction, so that we can ensure proper demonstration of innovative technologies and fuel, which actually is the final aim of the Innovation Fund. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, for sure, yeah, the floor is yours.
And I get 15 minutes or
please,
20?
Feel free.
I'll be short, but I have to move because this one is also not working. I can. I'm not Marion. I didn't change my name. Here you are. I already thanked the colleagues from EXA specifically for organizing today, but I would also like to thank the colleagues from CINEA and DG Klima for today. I think the first sector-specific info day was in 2019. Before COVID, we had already some sector-specific info day, and it's good to hear that this is the only sector-specific info day in the Innovation Fund for our lovely sector. But as we also heard today, it's a unique sector with a diverse range of needs, which in one way or the other we should try to take into account in this transition to zero-emission waterborne transport. We already said this morning the difference between the ship types, but I think it's also good to take into account the difference between tramp and liner shipping, specifically when we look at the requirement we just discussed in terms of how many times do you call in EU ports. And I think in the end, reducing greenhouse gas emissions as soon as possible is what is at the heart of the Innovation Fund. And I've seen that we have been struggling with these similar requirements in Connecting Europe facility as well. And it would be good if we can together shape a criteria that would make sense in reducing these emissions as soon as possible for the benefit of the European sector, which is not necessarily sailing only in Europe, but at this moment, for example, supplying all the gas we need to heat our houses or the grain from the Ukrainian region. And that makes shipping a very interesting sector, but it makes it also complicated to get it into one size fits all, which we are on a daily basis seeing in waterborne, where we have this discussion with all of these stakeholders. I will not say too much about what the colleagues already said, but I think it's important, and it's a challenge, but I think we need to look at it. The majority of the sector consists of SMEs, ship owners, maritime equipment manufacturers, the broader waterborne transport cluster, as we call it. How can we help these companies in finding their way to stepping on the pathway of zero-emission waterborne transport? Whilst we know, and it's much appreciated, but we know that now the Innovation Fund, if you have to apply, it's a relatively costful exercise where SMEs often don't have the financial means to step into that. So maybe we can have a look at how will we do this? And that was for me the key message of today, that we look at also the SMEs in our sector. And I think it doesn't not only count for the SMEs, but specifically they are struggling in stepping into the pathway, which is already complicated enough in terms of which choice will I make in terms of technology when I don't know if the fuel is available at affordable prices. So it would be very helpful in the total picture. I think I already said it this morning, it's on environmental sustainability, but it's also on social sustainability and it's on economic sustainability. And I hope that the agreement between the European Parliament and the Council to channel the money from the EU ETS for the maritime sector will be channeled to the maritime sector, because by channeling it to the general envelope, I'm very afraid we will miss the economic sustainability of the sector. But let's see what is happening in the coming weeks. But I think we really need to make the link between environmental sustainability, social sustainability, and economic sustainability. And without the money from the EU Innovation Fund, the money coming directly from the sector, from the maritime sector, through the EU ETS, it will make it extremely complicated. I don't take the 20 minutes. I think I gave my message, and I think I give the floor back to you for the closure of the meeting.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all of you, and a particular thanks and appreciation from all our organizations to the Commission colleagues, to the SINA colleagues, and all the speakers who participated with us. Thank you. We really appreciated your time, your patience, your flexibility. And we hope that we can continue the discussion and find the best way to move forward. Thanks again to all the colleagues and all the project presentations. I think it was a very useful day.